And the time is now 9 o'clock, Mr. President, and you may call the meeting to order.
All right, this is our last meeting for the year. Good morning, colleagues, staff, members of the public. It's just after 9 a.m. on December 9th, 2025, and we're calling this regular meeting of the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors to order. This will be our last regular meeting of 2025, and my understanding, Mr. Niblin, is that this is a very, very full agenda. So let's start with having the clerk of the board provide information on how the public can participate in this meeting.
Members of the public, the instructions to participate in today's meeting can be found on the published agenda. These instructions provide information on how to submit written comments and how to participate via Zoom. Live interpretation of this entire meeting can be provided in Spanish. To access live interpretation services in Zoom via laptop or computer, please click the interpretation globe icon and select the Spanish language. If you're using a smartphone or tablet, please locate the three-dot menu, select Interpretation, then select the Spanish language, and finally click Done. At this time, I will ask our interpreter, Victor Hernandez, to provide these instructions in Spanish.
Thank you, Sherry. Good morning, President Canepa, honorable supervisors, Mr. Callagy, Ms. Rodriguez, Mr. Niblin, all county staff, members of the public, Victor Hernandez, Spanish interpreter. Buenos días. Les queremos dejar saber a los miembros del público que las instrucciones para poder participar en lo que es la reunión de hoy se pueden encontrar en lo que es en el orden del día que ya ha sido publicado. Estas instrucciones dan información de cómo presentar sus comentarios tanto por escrito y por Zoom. También les queremos dejar saber que les proporcionará interpretación en vivo de toda esta reunión en español. Ahora, para poder acceder al servicio de interpretación en vivo por Zoom, ya sea con una computadora o una portátil, usted tendrá que hacer clic en lo que es un icono del globo terráqueo, es decir, un mundo que aparecerá al fondo de su pantalla y después seleccione el idioma en español. Ahora, si ustedes están usando una tableta o un teléfono inteligente, busque lo que es el menú de 3 puntos, seleccione interpretación y luego seleccione el idioma español y por último, usted tendrá que hacer clic en Done o Listo. Muchas gracias. Thank you.
Thank you for those instructions. Now we'll have the Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me in the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Don't worry. Can I have a roll call, please?
Supervisor Spear?
Here.
Supervisor Corzo?
Here.
Supervisor Mueller?
Here.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Here.
And President Canepa?
Here.
All present.
All right, we'll now move to honoring the life of and board member remarks. Do any supervisors have any comments or things to share for honoring the life of? Anyone?
I do, Mr. President.
Right, sir.
I would like to first recognize someone who's retiring from county service after 19 years, Randy Torrijos, who I've had the great honor, really, to have as my legislative assistant for the last year. But before me, he has provided legislative services to Supervisor Mark Church and Supervisor Dave Pine. He's worked on numerous issues, including criminal justice, education, mental health, and childcare. To say he's beloved by everyone is an understatement. It's not an exaggeration to say that Randy is everyone's favorite colleague. He is kind, generous, never loses his cool, and has a great sense of humor. He was born in Manila, Philippines, and raised by immigrant parents here in San Mateo. He attended the same high school as NFL legend Tom Brady, which is Sarah High School, correct? He earned his bachelor's degree in political science and his Juris Doctor degree from USF. Before working for the county, Randy was appointed by President George W. Bush as Special Assistant U.S. Attorney in the San Francisco office of the U.S. Attorney. He also worked with renowned professor and tobacco control activist Stan Glantz, and he was a researcher as well. He has an incredible work ethic, and the quality of his work has always been outstanding. I have just been incredibly lucky to have his great talent in our office for the last year. He's retiring later this month, but I didn't want today to pass without recognizing him formally at the Board of Supervisors meeting. Thank you, Randy, for your extraordinary dedication to the County of San Mateo for these many years. Please stand and be recognized. And secondly, Mr. President, I would like to ask that the board at a meeting in January take up a study session on e-bikes. I've worked with John Niblin from the County Attorney's Office in developing a model, but I do think we need some public input as we take this on. It is constricted a great deal by both federal and state law, frankly, because the manufacturers got their teeth into the process that then restricts us from doing some of the things I think we need to do to make the roadway safe for e-bikes and motorists. But that would be my request for a meeting in January.
Okay, duly noted. Appreciate it. I do have some exciting news for the public. I want to warmly invite you to join us for the county's tree lighting celebration at our new building, 500 County Center, held in partnership with the Service League. This marks our first tree lighting at this location, and we're excited to begin this new tradition with you. The celebration will take place on Thursday, December 11th, from 4 p.m. to 5:30 p.m. in the first floor lobby of 500 County Center. We're pleased to share that the Aragon High School Chorus will join us with live music to help kick off the holiday season. As part of the event, we encourage you to bring a new, unwrapped gift to support the Service League Toy Drive. Your generosity will help brighten the holiday season for children and families in our community. Light refreshments will be available, and we hope this gathering offers a moment to connect, celebrate, and enjoy the spirit of the season together. And so with that, are there any additional comments? Seeing none, we'll now move to public comment. This is the portion of the agenda that is set aside for members of the public to comment on matters that are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but that are not on the agenda for today's meeting. For matters that are listed on the consent agenda and for matters that are set for closed session, public comment will be limited today to 1 minute. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have received written comments which were submitted and provided to the President and board members as well as on the public website. Just a reminder to those, if you're speaking on items 1 through 20, please hold those comments until that item comes up individually. We'll first take comments from chambers and then comments from Zoom. We have 4 speaker cards at this time, so we'll start with Sekio Fuapopo, followed by Jose Reyes.
I don't know.
Hello, good morning. My name is Sekio Fuapopo. I'm an artist from the islands of Samoa, and I'm a retired facility supervisor at the San Francisco International Airport. I'm here to support the Samoan Solutions search for a space to do their community outreach and to help the Samoan youth and families, mostly in education, and in using their cultural arts and language to express their love for their families and their country and their community. I wrote down a bunch of notes, but of course,
Thank you.
I don't know what I did with.
Maybe
I
through
think they're here
maybe through
somewhere,
county staff, through Mr. Callaghy. What is your name, sir?
My name is Sakio Fupopo.
Sakio, maybe we can get connected with Sakio and staff can see what we can do to assist or connect, okay? Appreciate you being here today.
Okay.
Nick-
Is the Samoan Solutions on the agenda today?
I don't believe it is, but
Okay.
if you could
I'm
work
sorry.
with our staff, we can help. Next speaker, please.
Okay.
Sure. Next, we have Jose Reyes, followed by Haley Crum.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, President Canepa, supervisors, county clerks, and everybody, and the people, on behalf of me, my dog, and the stuff that we're going through in the housing process and the shelter and stuff, we came here today to thank you for your assistance in the situation I was going through with my dog and my housing. So we just mainly came to say thank you very much for your support and also your uplifting words of encouragement in the walk that I'm doing. So I just wanted to come to the board and say thank you very much for what you're doing in my life. And I ask for your continued support in this housing process that's going on in San Mateo County. Thank you.
Thank you. And next, we have Haley Crum, followed by, pardon my pronunciation, Lent Vuyale.
Good morning. Since 9/23, when I came in and I asked for some assistance, we're still here. So my board and my team is asking for a personal meeting, sit down with you, President Capia. We need to show you some things that are just so, they're not cute, in other words. And I won't put it in a public forum, but Retrain the Village keeps getting compared to Star Vista, where they had a county contract for $10 million. We've never had a contract, but I brought in millions of dollars from the VA, from the BJA, from Shelter with Pets. So it's kind of a backward situation. Can we have a meeting with you?
Thank you.
How do we get the appointment with you?
Okay. I think, no, you're in what district?
4?
4. Do you want to speak to this?
Yes, I know that we've had a conversation, and Ileana, can the two of us sit down again with her as soon as
Ileana's
possible?
going to say no promises.
Okay.
David, we would like to sit with you, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. So with that,
And-
we'll go to the next speaker.
Sure. Next, we have Lila Vuyale, and then we'll go to comments from Zoom if there are no others from Chambers.
All right, Mbulubinaka, everyone. My name is Keller Vuyale. I do have a written statement that I'm just going to pick up the speed on, so for the matter of time. Mbulubinaka, my name is Kellera. I am a first-generation Fijian American community advocate and case manager with Pioneers in the Pacific Islander community of the Bay Area. Growing up a Pacific Islander in the diaspora, I've had the privilege of being part of Samoan Solutions. Samoan Solutions is covered under Measure K, and I'm just here today to advocate for finding them a space to, or a stable and permanent space for them to hold business. So yeah, I just wanted to let you guys see that we are here and we're advocating for these kinds of spaces along with Sekio. So yeah, Samoan Solutions has done a wonderful job in nurturing the connection between kids here in the diaspora with their culture, and I truly believe that they deserve a stable and permanent space. So I'm here to advocate for that. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. No further comments from Chambers, so now we'll go ahead and take comments from Zoom. We have 7 hands raised, and I can make a final call, Mr. President, after the first speaker. So Sandy M., followed by Sabrina. Sandy, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, Board. My name is Sandy, and I am one of We the People. I'm here to remind you of your oath of office to uphold and defend both our state and federal constitutions. Again, what you are doing and what you have done is not pursuant to the constitutions. The definition of pursuant from Black's Law Dictionary, 4th edition, is the following, after, or following out, line in accordance with, or by reasoning of something, conformable, in accordance, agreeably, conformably, a carrying out, or with effect, the act of executing that which is pursuant, consequence, acting or done in consequence or in prosecution of anything, hence agreeable. What you have done and are doing is not agreeable to the Constitution that we the people created. You do not have a constitutional grant to make amendments that change or distort the original intent of our constitutions, including creating charters with the
Thank you.
color of law.
Thank you. We'll now, thank you for muting yourself. We'll now go to Sabrina, followed by Debbie W. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Suri Jiris, who hold all political power as declared in the California Constitution, Article 2, Section 1, and the U.S. Constitution's Amendment 9 and 10. Article 3, Section 1 of the California Constitution affirms that the U.S. Constitution is the supreme law of the land. Your bounded oath of office is your agreement to the grant of authority under the constitutions in Article 20, Section 3 of the California Constitution and Article 6 of the United States Constitution. The board and the trustees have knowingly been in malfeasance by violating the First Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and California Constitution, Article 1, Section 3, for the people's right of grievances by placing unconstitutional limits of 1 minute or less comments in 300 words. It is my wish, order, and demand that the board and charter be dissolved immediately. This is sent in the in peace of love of Jesus Christ, and that you provide immediate due care to all those who have held political power, the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Debbie W. Or apologies. Let me go ahead and at this time make a final call to raise hand for public comment. Final call has been made. And the last speaker will be Nicholas Arridge. 14 hands. Debbie W., please unmute and begin.
Good morning, board. This is Debbie, and I'm coming to you as one of the people. And today I have a request for a point of clarity. I have 4 questions for you that I am expecting answers to in your comments. 1, is the California Constitution the law? Is the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors Charter the law? The point of clarity is, which is higher, the charter or the Constitution? And my final question I need point of clarity on is, where in the California Constitution does it make the county charter higher than the California Constitution? Thank you, and I expect an answer to these questions. I'm standing on my right to instruct our servants that are elected in our government. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Hello, board. Thank you. I come as one of the people. Members of the board, today we face quite but dangerous form of usurpation, the transfer of public authority away from the people and into unelected scoring panels. Your own documents show that 60 evaluators across 11 panels are the ones who actually decide which organizations receive Measure K funds. These individuals are not elected, not publicly vetted, and not accountable to the citizens whose money they allocate. This structure violates the core maxim of representative government. Delegated power cannot be redelegated. When the people entrusted this board with the power of appropriation, they did not consent to have the power handed off to staff, consultants, or internal reviewers. What the power cannot see, they cannot consent to.
Thank you.
And what they cannot consent to becomes government
Thank you, Bruce.
by administration class,
Thank
not
you.
by representatives.
Thank you. Our next speaker, Martin Fox, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, President Canepa, my fellow veteran County Attorney, Mr. Niblin, Supervisors Cojo, Mueller, Gauthier, and County Executive, Mr. Callaghan. Thank all of you for your service to the county. Please make the repeal of the Lanner-Peters Short Act the very top county state legislative priority, and defunding of the Disability Rights California Law Foundation of Silicon Valley, who defend the immoral Lanner-Peters Short Act, the top county federal legislative priority. San Mateo County's residents need a Dorothea Dix-inspired, compassionate mental health treatment system. California's Lanner-Peters Short Act of 1967 is one of the 10 worst involuntary mental health treatment laws in the 50 states. Please make the immediate reintroduction and passage of the Lanner-Peters Short Act's repeal the top county state legislative priority, and the defunding of Disability Rights California and the Law Foundation of Silicon Valley the very top county federal legislative priority. Thank you.
Thank you, Martin. Next, we have Catherine Carter, followed by Sylvia Seliger. Catherine, please unmute and begin.
Catherine Carter, one of the people. We are guaranteed a Republican form of government. Article 1, Section 4, the U.S. Constitution, Clause 1, the United States shall guarantee to every state of this union a Republican form of government and shall protect each of them against invasion. Now, what is each member of this board doing to guarantee that immigrants submit to that form of government which secures the rights of American people and the founding culture which is based in common law? What is this body doing to ensure immigrants assimilate and submit to the constitutions of the United States and California? And that means that their customs do not supersede ours. They may not
Thank you.
usurp the customs of this country.
Thank you. Next, we have Sylvia Selinger, followed by Vu Almave. Sylvia, please unmute and begin.
Hi, good morning, board. I'm here to, my name is Sylvia Selinger and I speak on behalf of Hawtasa Youth Services. I'm here to support Someone Solutions. They provided a true sanctuary for Pacific Islanders in San Mateo County, a place where both youth and adults could gather, learn, and feel the comfort of culture and community, and they lost that space due to losing funding. Someone Solutions has always opened their doors to nonprofit like ours, allowing the community members who are often overlooked. And it's the reality is that Pacific Islanders in our county have long been underserved and experienced some of the highest disparities in health, education, and access to services. A permanent building for Someone Solutions would restore stability, dignity, and essentially support our community. I urge you to assist Someone Solutions and stand with the community that has always stood together. Thank you so much for your time. Blessings.
Thank you. Next, we have Vau Aomave, followed by Aliyah Aomave. Vau, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, President Canepa and members of the board. My name is Vo Almavai, or Talavo. I'm here on behalf of Someone Solutions. For years, we've provided culturally rooted programs for Pacific Islander youth and families across San Mateo County. Our community relies on us for mentorship, wellness, cultural education, and a sense of belonging. I've had the privilege of working with some of you through county initiatives, and I know this board cares deeply about equity and community impact. That's why I'm here today. We are asking for your support in helping us secure a permanent space, a place to call home. We've been operating out of a temporary site for over a decade, and while we've made it work, the need is to surpass our capacity. A dedicated space would allow us to expand services and provide the consistency our families deserve. Thank you for your time and for your continued commitment to community-based organizations like ours. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Aliyah Aomavai, followed by Lueni Masina. Aliyah, please unmute and begin.
So, greetings. My name is Epi Almavai. I'm here on behalf of Someone Solutions. I'm here to speak and ask the support of the Board of Supervisors in securing permanent space for Someone Solutions to operate and for us to be able to reopen the doors of Le Malta. Le Malta has demonstrated that it's more than merely a physical space. It has evolved into a strategic cornerstone for our Pacific Islander community and the service providers dedicated to assisting hard-to-reach populations. Its functions as a cultural anchor enhances the effectiveness of equity-focused outreach, ensuring it's culturally aligned. We've been able to do this through strengthening cultural identity and community belonging, programs providing essential healthcare and wellness support to our community, advancing youth development and academic pathways, and so many more ways. We're asking for the Board of Supervisors to please provide funding support, assist with securing a permanent or long-term facility, and to help strengthen our partnerships.
Thank you. Lueni Messina, followed by Junior Flores. Lueni, please unmute and begin.
Talofa Council, my name is Luani Masina, and I'm with Asian American Recovery Services in South San Francisco, a program of Health Right 360, and lastly, a concerned Samoan resident of San Mateo County. Echoing folks before me, I strongly urge the county to support Samoan Solutions in securing a permanent space. For over 15 years, Samoan Solutions has been a trusted anchor for Pacific Islander families across San Mateo County, providing culturally rooted programs that are for us, by us. They go above and beyond to create spaces of healing and belonging for Pacifica folks often overlooked. Supporting Samoan Solutions with a permanent space is an investment in our community that truly work. As a community partner, I humbly ask the county to demonstrate its commitment by ensuring this organization has a place to continue its critical work. Thank you.
Thank you. Junior Flores, followed by Dan Stejink. Junior, please unmute and begin. Junior Flores, please unmute.
Good morning, President Canepa and members of the board. My name is Anastasio Flores, Jr. I'm with Asian American Recovery Services, a program of Health Right 360. I'm here to request for the Board of Supervisors to support Samoan Solutions to finding a permanent location. I support all the voices that came before me. They provide vital services for the Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander community. They uplift and give voice to NHPI youth. I've seen through the years, they develop young leaders. An investment in Samoan Solution is an investment in the wellness of the greater community in San Mateo County. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll now go to Dan Stejink, followed by Michelle Stevens. Dan, please unmute and begin.
Thank you, Supervisors. I'm Dan Stejink from Pacifica. Less than 2 weeks ago, the Lindemar Highway 1 intersection flooded to 22 inches deep. Currently, there's a gas station being placed on that location with a gas tank change over the holidays. Their concrete cleanout station is over the storm sewer to the beach. I'm going to have to file a state complaint if that takes place. Secondly, this is the 1-year anniversary of the $195,000 raise that supervisors voted to give themselves in violation of the county charter. A couple folks weren't there, of course, and they're completely blameless, but Supervisor Corzo in particular had violated the county charter by voting on this issue, even though she had already declared to be running for office. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Next speaker.
We'll now go to Michelle Stevens, followed by Nicholas Erich. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Lord. I come to you as one of the people in the care and love of Jesus Christ. I've come to you before. I've asked questions. I've given subtle reminders, so I'm going to do that again. Please remember that your oath is a contract that you made. You made it to the people of the area. You made it to the state, and you made it to God. The people expect you to uphold your oath. And I hope that in your heart of hearts that you will look and see and can really see where you're not doing that. You're not doing it at all. You're going against what the people want. You've upserted that community so bad. It is unreal. I do ask that you repent to God, repent to your community, and go back to the constitutions and your oath and keep your word. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Nicholas Erich. Nicholas, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, President and members of the board. My name is Nicholas Erich, and I would like to state my strong support for item 17 on today's agenda. The commitment of matching funds for the Pescadero Community Microgrid Project represents a vital
Nicholas?
investment in
That's
our community.
actually a regular item. If you can hold that for when it comes up for discussion.
Will do. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. President, we did make a final call, but we do have a couple of additional hands raised if you'd like to take those at this time.
Why don't we take them?
Okay, great. We have Ann Schneider, followed by Faga Misa. Ann, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. Ann Schneider from Millbrae. Read the article about the county charter and then read your charter. Under the existing charter, under duties of the county executive, there's an item H that says that the county will work with the entire level of other governments. Since the county and the La Quinta action, I have been diving into Millbrae's history.
Ms. Schneider, apologies. That's also a regular item. If you could please hold your comment for when that comes up for discussion.
Oh, the charter is? I didn't see it on the agenda. My apologies.
That's okay. I believe it's item 20.
That's correct. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, just to clarify, that item is actually with respect to the Charter Review Committee. I don't know if Ms. Schneider's comment was specific to the Charter Review Committee or just a comment generally with respect to the county charter, which I think we could take now if the board president wanted to.
Ann, are you talking about the Charter Review Committee, or are you talking about the charter in general?
The charter in general and some additional things that I think that should go into it that deal with financing.
Okay, go ahead.
Right now?
Yep, please.
Okay, thank you. Let me see where so since La Quinta, I've been diving into Millbrae's history that goes back well over 100 years when we were unincorporated San Mateo County, and the impact of SFO, SFPUC, as well as when BART came in. It was interesting to note that when BART came in, we lost most of the car rental agencies that moved to unincorporated SFO, and that now brings in a little under $13 million to the county. But, and a complete loss of revenue to the city of Millbrae for 22 years, when BART came in and paid no taxes, no property tax, no sales tax, et cetera. On that. So it was a gain for the county, but a loss for the city on that. And it contributes to why we have the second worst roads. So my question for the charter, and I can bring that back, is how the county can understand it has impacts financially on local governments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Faga Misa. Faga, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Honorable President, Vice President, and members of the board. My name is Fangasaba Ali Misa. I'm co-founder and current Vice President of Salmon Solutions, serving San Mateo County since 2008. As you've heard from my fellow members and partners, Salmon Solutions seeks your assistance in funding a sustainable community space for our organization. For 39 months prior to October 2025, we were given opportunity to expand our programming and services by operating our first community space that we lovingly called Le Malta. Unfortunately, we were unable to keep the space open due to lack of funding. Prior to opening Le Malta and throughout our journey as a nonprofit, dedicated space for Pacific Islander people has been scarce and limited to places of worship. Since opening Le Malta, it has become apparent that our people deserve a space for our Pacifica Library, art exhibits, sewing classes, robotics classes, cultural and health workshops, first aid, mental health training, summer programs, night markets, celebration, youth exchange and entrepreneurship, and more. Yearly, we serve 4,000 guests at La Malta. We thank you for your consideration. We hope that the board will support the effort. Thank you.
Thank you. We had made a final call, and there's additional hands coming up, Mr. President, but I know we had made it a couple of times, so I defer to you, and we are going now to our last in-house call for comments. So if you'd like to speak on any consent items or county-related matters not on the agenda, please do make that at this time. So we'll take our final speaker from Chambers, Ashish Motavala. And this is for consent item 27, curiosity.
Ashish?
Ashish?
Doesn't look like Ashish is
Okay.
with us. Let us proceed forward. First of all, let me just thank the public comment. Really appreciate your thoughts. We'll now move to, and thank you for sharing your comments. We'll now take action to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda. I'm assuming there are no requested changes to the agenda. Can I get a motion to set the agenda and approve the consent agenda?
So moved. Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right. We'll begin the agenda with 4 presentations. The first, item 1, is a presentation of a resolutions honoring the Women in County Government 2025 award recipients. Rookie of the Year, Danielle McKay, and Development Champion, Mary Berning, and Public Service Going the Extra Mile, Grace D. Joya Hasid, MD. This item is sponsored by Supervisor Gaucher and Corzo. Which of you will be introducing this item?
If I could go ahead and start, unless you want to, you want to start with your comments? I just want to say yesterday we gathered for the 35th Annual Women of County Government Recognition and Charity Luncheon. Today we recognize those winners. We gather not only to celebrate the remarkable women who serve our county, but also to reflect on the legacy of leadership, resilience, and service that has carried us through more than 3 decades of tradition. I want to recognize my colleague, Supervisor Spear, for her work in founding this group and this work. It is so important that we continue to celebrate and support the women in county government. We need to make sure that we're prepared for leadership roles that are continue to coming. So I will now turn it over to Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. Yes, I also want to congratulate our Women in County Government awardees and thank Supervisor Spear for being a founder of Women in County Government. Although I do think it was named differently before, or was it always Women in County Government?
As many.
But it was amazing to celebrate these strong women at the breakfast or the lunch yesterday. And it was really special to hear about all of their stories and their experiences with our county. And I will say that this luncheon is one of the most popular events of the year because of all of the raffle prizes. Everybody's like buys a ton of raffle tickets. It's an amazing event and a beautiful tradition in our county. So with that, I think we would like to recognize the winners, which are Daniela Mackey for Rookie of the Year, Mary Brinig, Development Champion, and Dr. Grace DiGioia Hasid. So congratulations. I think we have, yes, here they are.
Yeah. Right. Are there any other supervisors that want to make comments before we go to public comment?
I would just
You
like
can stand
to
at
say
the podium.
that
That podium.
what was most thrilling about yesterday was to see the extraordinary talent that we have in the county, represented by these 3 women today. I think when I started this back in the mid-'80s, we called it Women in County Management because there were so few women in county management at the time, and then we expanded it to all women in county government. So for me, it's just been a thrill to see how you have developed this organization into a great community that supports women, and that was really what the interest was
at the very beginning, but you've made it 10 times greater.
I just really, it was an honor and a pleasure. I was just really delighted to go yesterday. And I think amongst our 3 recipients, each one of you shared stories about your life and your experience. And I hope someone recorded it, but I think it was just extraordinarily powerful to the people that were there. And we're just so proud of what you've accomplished and what you mean to the county. But just really, from the bottom of our hearts, it was truly a moving words. And thank you, Dr. Hasid, really talking about the journey of meeting with your parents, and then through Dr. Hasid, Steve Hasid. It was just really, I know for me and for many others, just such a profound day. And so just thank you, and really appreciate everything you've done. And so
I'd like to read one more thing. This is what I shared, some of what I shared yesterday. And it was, today we recognize that leadership is not only about positions we hold, but about the impacts we make. The women we honor are role models who inspire the next generations to step forward with courage and purpose. Their stories remind us that equity, inclusion, and opportunity are not just abstract ideas. They are lived values carried forward by the women who serve the county with dedication and vision. So let us celebrate together with pride in our past, gratitude for our present, and hope for our future. To the honorees, thank you for your service, with your leadership, and your unwavering commitment to San Mateo County. And to everyone here today, thank you for joining us for recognition of this and charity. And we continue to strengthen the bonds of community that make our community thrive. Here's to 35 more years of honoring women in San Mateo County.
All right. All right. Public comment? I'm sure we don't have too much.
No, Mr. President, I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, but I do see some comments on Zoom that we can take. So with the 3 hands raised, I can make a final call as well.
Let me remind the speakers that, as mentioned, this has to be within the subject matter jurisdiction of the item. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. With 3 hands, Michelle Stevens, Sabrina, and Bruce. Final call at this time for public comment on item number 1, honoring our Women in County Government honorees. Final call made, and those will be our 3 speakers. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, board. What'd I do?
You're on.
Okay, sorry. Hit the wrong button. I'm sorry. Hello, board. I would like to congratulate the women. It is always good to see women excel within our communities. I would also like to speak on a woman who was excelling, Sheriff Corpus, and how she struggled to get where she's at, and how she just got removed by a retired judge. That is a question I do have for you all. How does a retired judge, how do they get to remove a sheriff like that? But I do, and I do like to give praise where praise is due within the women, and how we are struggling to come up in our communities. And I would appreciate an answer on that, because I really don't understand that one at all. Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Thank you. Sabrina, followed by Bruce. Please unmute Sabrina and begin.
Yes, one of the boards mentioned that this award actually helps with equity and inclusion. I was just wanting to clarify where that is written in the constitutions, either the California State Constitution or the U.S. Constitution. Also, how does this provide for equal protections under the law that is required by the Constitution? Again, that's malfeasance when you are making protected classes. Yes, I do appreciate you elevating women. I do. I think that is important, but you cannot exclude others. Also, Sheriff's Corpus was a woman that you didn't elevate. You crushed her and destroyed her and violated her constitutional rights. Again, it's my wish and order and demand that this charter and board be dissolved immediately. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Next, we have Bruce. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Hi, sorry about that delay there. Thank you for taking my question. Bruce Cummins is one of the people. I just have a question for you. Does this favor insiders or does it favor everybody? It seems that, we have a lot of specialty groups that kind of get picked out and a lot of other groups that kind of get left out and everything. So where is the equity? And I'll end it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. President, we did make a final call, and we have one additional hand raised. If you'd like to take that at this time for Catherine Carter.
Go ahead.
Great. Catherine Carter, please unmute and begin.
Catherine Carter, one of the people. I'm exercising my right not to comment, but to redress grievances, to petition to redress grievances from this body. The U.S. Constitution that you operate under guarantees founding customs, common law, and fundamental principles. How does your policy of equity, inclusion, and opportunity secure our Republican form of government? And when this board unconstitutionally removed the duly elected sheriff using ex post facto laws to do it, which we are guaranteed in the Constitution not to have any ex post facto laws. I just wonder how you reconcile that. It's wonderful that women want to be leaders and are taking a leadership, but it's not good if our Republican form of government is usurped. If that is my grievance, and I'd like you to redress that grievance. Thank you.
Thank you. No further comments, Mr. President.
Supervisor Canepa.
Yes. Sir Mueller.
County Council Niblin. Just for clarification for the public, the time for reconsideration of anything related to Sheriff Corpus has passed. Is that correct?
That's true. This board has got no jurisdiction to take any action with respect to Sheriff Corpus.
And there was actually a new sheriff appointed who statutorily is in place now, and this board couldn't vote to remove them without having to go through that entire process all over again, correct?
All that is true, Supervisor.
All right, so anyone who's calling into this board meeting consistently asking us to undo something, it can't be undone. So just wanted to make that clear to you all.
That's a good point. With that, do we have a motion on this item? Okay. Yeah.
Any comments from the recipients before we?
Yes, I just want to say thank you to everyone who's here, our county leaders, and to say that I was humbled by the fact that these awards were chosen by an outside board that does not work for the County of San Mateo, that reviewed all the applicants for each category. And this outside board chose the recipients whom they did not know any of us personally. So I just wanted to, and I was touched by that because you do wonder, is there bias or someone who's known and is chosen for that reason alone? But this honor is much greater to me because there was an objective outside source. And I just want to say that those of us who, and I don't mean to start a firestorm by any way, and I don't want to be political, but those of us who are white and have white privilege all our lives just need to acknowledge that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? We're going to sit in that. But at this point, I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution honoring Women in County Government 2025 award recipients.
Second.
There you go. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
right, that brings us to item 2. It's a presentation by the Juvenile Justice Prevention Commission. The San Mateo County Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission is charged with overseeing and evaluating the county's juvenile justice system to ensure that conditions, programs, and practices support the safety, rights, and well-being of our youth. It also works to prevent delinquency by promoting policies, data-driven strategies, and community partnerships that reduce disparities and improve outcomes for system-impacted young people. It gives me great pleasure and delight to introduce Johanna Rasmussen. How are you, Johanna?
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me. Good morning. I'd like to thank President Canepa for inviting us here to give this presentation, and wish the board, everyone, good morning. I'm here to provide just a brief overview of our commission, our accomplishments, and some of the challenges that are currently facing our system-impacted youth. Our mission of the commission is to act as the public conscience for young people, and we advocate for programs, and oops, it looks like I might have gone a little bit too far. Okay, so we advocate for programs and services that keep youth out of the system, and we're tasked with coordinating delinquency prevention efforts throughout the county. Let's go here. Okay. Our authority, we actually are a joint commission that is both federally and state mandated through the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Prevention Act of 1974, and some California laws that require that each county have a delinquency prevention commission as well as a juvenile justice commission. So briefly, the juvenile justice system is unique in that there is no bail, that the judge decides the best interest of the youth when deciding whether or not to release a youth, and the focus is on rehabilitation and not punishment. So in the last 10 years, there's been significant reforms. There's been reforms that laws passed that juveniles cannot be questioned by the police prior to contacting an attorney. Juveniles under the age of 15 and under can no longer be sent to adult court. But most importantly, and what is really affecting our county, is Senate Bill 823, which closed the youth prison systems and shifted the responsibility of transforming our most serious offenders here locally in our county. And our youth are up at the juvenile hall, and they can stay with us up until the age of 25. Okay, so going into our mandates and responsibilities. So this year we conducted a total of 19, or we're in the process still, 19 inspections. That included Hillcrest, the Secure Youth Treatment Facility that I just spoke of, SB 823, McGuire Correctional Facility, Canyon Oaks Youth Center, Elysian, which is an STRTP, and our receiving home. We also evaluate the educational programs at these facilities. In addition, we also go to any police department in the county that has held a juvenile in secure detention to ensure that they have the supplies needed, the logbooks are in order, everything is documented as to why the youth was held in secure custody. So our accomplishments. I'm really proud of our accomplishments. We do a lot of work. So we've started a parent support group. We had some Measure K funds a couple years ago. We started a parent support group for kids up at the hall. We started a Suited for Success program, which is a court clothing program. And Elaine Horsley donated all of Don's clothes after he passed away to our program. So these kids, when I give them his suits, I tell them who he was. And you're wearing the former sheriff's, clothing and whatnot. So the program is designed to not only give them self-esteem and feel better when they're in the courtroom, but they get to take that home with them, and then they can wear it to homecoming or formals or job interviews or scholarship interviews, whatever they have. And many of them say it's the first time they've ever had a suit or worn a suit. It's a very powerful program. We also addressed the voting rights of incarcerated youth and created the Future Leaders program. It's called The Power of Youth in Our Democracy. We did that in English and Spanish, and that program is available countywide. Actually, countywide, it can be used in schools as well as in our locked facilities. We also created the Unlock Potential College Laptop Initiative, and we're currently preparing holiday bags to deliver for Christmas and other holidays. We are recognized as state leaders. This year, we started the California Juvenile Justice Commissioners Collaborative that brings together commissioners from all 58 counties of the state. We meet monthly to talk about legislation, to talk about best practices, to talk about what needs to be done and how we can do it consistently. Through that organization, we partnered with the Office of Youth and Community Restoration to design a statewide needs assessment that will help counties improve training, ensure compliance, strengthen best practices, and like I said, ensure consistency throughout the state. And we've earned a seat on the statewide Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Policy and Legislative Advocacy Subcommittee. That's a long word, but we were happy to be invited to the table. As far as advancing policies, we were able to get the policy at the juvenile hall changed. Prior to the Youth Bill of Rights passing, siblings weren't allowed to visit their family members up there, so we got that changed. We helped stop strip searches. We worked very hard to protect the confidentiality of youth. Our district attorney was releasing the names of youth who should have been confidential, and so we worked hard to come to an agreement where that wouldn't happen anymore. And then we went to the media outlets and made agreements with them to not use names in the future. And then education and outreach. Right now, we are working on our first annual conference. It's called Prevention and Action in partnership with the College of San Mateo. And that'll be January 7th this year up at College of San Mateo. And you are all welcome to come and join us. The goal of that conference is to educate the educators on what system-impacted youth and families really need. So while we do a lot, there are still more challenges. The average population, just to give you a brief overview, average population is 25. We have 8 in our secure youth facility. The average age is 16. 95% of our youth up there are youth of color. Our cities where they mainly come from are San Mateo, Redwood City, Daly City, East Palo Alto, and San Bruno. So cities both large and small. The challenges that we have up at the hall, I know that many of us are working to improve the food that's made at the county jail. There's often delays in receiving dental care. We only have one mental health clinician. BHRS is really down folks, and it's almost impossible for the kids to get their 1 hour. I think they're at 20 minutes every other week, and all family therapy is on hold. We don't have any identified step-down programs. And we actually sent one of our youth over to the county jail, and I would encourage you to read that inspection report. Challenges facing our parents and families: language barriers, transportation barriers, because Samtrans no longer goes up to the hall, and fear of ICE. We have so many parents who are not coming to court and are not coming to visit because they are afraid of ICE, which is really a shame. So our challenges. So the challenges that we face is we're mainly self-funded, and oftentimes we hear about conversations and decisions that are happening, and we're not part of it. So we'd like to be part of it. We'd like to be at the table. We're at the table statewide. We'd like to be at the table at the county, and we'd also like some consideration for some Measure K funding to continue some of the programs that I spoke about, because they are being self-funded by commissioners, and I have 2 with me today, Commissioner Bocanegra and Commissioner Blanco. So how can the board make a difference and help us? So when we send you, I know it's like 1,000 pages of reports, right? But we'd love to hear your feedback. What are your thoughts? What are you thinking about this? Is this an issue that you think that, maybe you can put us in touch with someone who may be able to help us? Allocate adequate funding for juvenile programs, and ensure that we can carry out our statutory responsibilities. Our meetings are on YouTube. If you're ever interested, you could watch them there. And if you could just help us increase awareness about our commission and stay informed on juvenile issues, both in the county and statewide. So that is my presentation. Thank you so much for having me.
Great. Thank you so much, Joanna. Just a question. We have from the commission, if you could just say their name and they can stand. I believe we have former school board member Jennifer Blanco, and as well as Paul Bocanegra. Is that correct?
Yes.
Great. Thank you for your service. All right, are there any questions, comments? Sergeant Spirit.
Thank you for that incredible presentation. Measure K funds should be spent on programs like yours.
Thank you.
And, I think we need to do a whole rehash of how we spend our $500,000 per member, so that we do things like promote the programming. The fact that your commissioners are paying for the resources that are being provided to these youth really speaks volumes. Can you tell me what the highest priority is in terms of the needs based on your evaluation that you've just presented to us?
Right now, I would say it's the food. It's an ongoing issue. We've made slight improvements, but the food is the main issue. Right now, the food's being made at the Maple Street Jail the day before, transported over, then reheated on the housing unit. The system is...
Is the food not tasty, or is the food...
It doesn't look so it doesn't look. I've been there. I've eaten the food. Sometimes I'll have a taco salad and it's like edible, but other times I look at it and I think, oh, these poor kids, how are they eating this? So it's everything. It's texture. It's taste. It's the way it looks. Sometimes it's cold. The ovens don't heat it right. Sometimes it's burned. The kids are always saying that they're hungry, and I just got word that they're cutting all outside food right before the holiday. So that's going to be my next fight. But I would say the food. If we could bring the food back. During COVID, we moved the food out of the hall. We have a beautiful commercial kitchen there. If we could bring it back, I think it would go a long way in improving the quality, because we're no longer like reheating the food from the day before. So the texture issues and all of that won't be the same.
I have some ideas I'd like to talk to you about. The laptop issue. How are you purchasing laptops?
We use our own funding. We also have generous donors in the community who will say, oh, we've got 3 kids who need laptops, let me donate. So we're doing that all on our own. And probation is now providing the SYTF youth with laptops, but the ones we purchase, they can take with them because they're in college. They're doing great things up there. They're getting AA degrees. We have some just accepted to university, Sonoma State, Monterey. So they need a computer when they leave. They need that access too.
So how many computers do you need?
A dozen would be wonderful.
Okay. We're going to get them for you.
Thank you so much.
Are there any additional comments?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Rasmussen. I had a question about the policy reform you mentioned regarding visitation policy and strip search policy. Can you talk about how those changes came to be? And I'm understanding that they happened statewide or just locally?
Well, so these are, okay, so what laws, let me take it one at a time. So with the visiting policy, that fell under the Youth Bill of Rights that I believe was passed in 2022. And so what that did is it opened up visiting to siblings, grandparents, anybody who was a natural support for the youth. So when that wasn't being implemented here, I went and I met with the judge and I showed her the law, and she said, you're right, we have to change this. So it changed immediately. So that's how that happened. And then as far as the strip searching, unfortunately, we had an incident in February where we had 14 youth that OICR found were unjustly strip searched. And so there was a full statewide investigation, and probation has now bought machines, so we don't have to use strip searching anymore. So that's how that came to be.
Thank you. And I have some other comments, but if you have questions.
I just have a quick request. It's along the lines of Supervisor Spears. Would it be possible to create, and it doesn't have to be itemized, but a rough tabulation by category of what the support is that's coming from the commissioners, and also of what you need?
Yes,
provide
absolutely.
that to the board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, colleagues, I'm just so delighted and excited to see the enthusiasm amongst the members on this item. I think, as you know, Measure K, it's I think maybe $150 million or more. So the funds are plentiful, but I'm hearing from two of my colleagues, and I serve as the liaison to the commission, that there's an appetite to fund. And that brings me, and I think this board and this commission, great delight. And that's a reflection of your work. You know, one of the things that I'm really concerned about is this issue of the meals coming from Redwood City up to juvenile hall. Now, my understanding, and if you could explain it to us again, we actually have a new commercial kitchen at our health center, correct?
We do.
And tell me how that works now. It goes out to a nonprofit, correct? Or how are meals served there? Do you know?
I don't know the logistics, but I do know that facilities such as Canyon Oaks utilize the medical center's kitchen versus the jail. And I do hear when we go out and we speak to the youth in that facility that they love the food. The food is good. Every time I go into the hall, it's like, Miss Johanna, when are you going to fix this food? It's been years. So there's a big difference in the quality between the two facilities. Ideally, we'd like it to come back to the hall, but if that's not possible, it makes more sense that it would come from the medical center than it would from the county jail.
Because to me, the medical center is a lot closer, right, to the jail, right? Stating the obvious.
Yes.
And then, what did you say again? It might stay warm. It might. No, it will stay warm. And so, to me, that seems like a pragmatic approach, as opposed to, and my understanding, we took a meeting, is that sometimes there are delays with the food up to juvenile hall. So it's, to me, that makes a lot of sense pragmatically. And so I understand where you're coming from, and that's something I support. Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I wanted to add some more context, but to the food item specifically. But before I do that, I would like to say that I do greatly appreciate the commission's dedication. I know when I first got on the board, I went to visit, I think twice with commissioners, once to give out food, and a second time, I can't remember the details of the second time, but I was there even as recently as a couple of months ago to celebrate a mural unveiling, to celebrate youth who had won poetry contests, etc. So while the juvenile hall is not in my district, it is an area of our county that I'm actually really personally connected to, because a lot of my family members were in that juvenile hall throughout the years. So I sent many letters to what was previously 222 Paul Scannell Road. And now I think the address is different,
21
right?
Tower, and then it went to 222.
Oh, okay.
Yes,
okay. So the food issue specifically, while not being the liaison to the commission, I actually took a lot of time to look into. And so I just want to kind of share some of what I learned and some of the more recent updates on that. And then we also have Adam Ely here, who I think could provide some more info, because I've been working with him to look into the food concerns. So regarding the kitchen, it's actually not a full service, up-to-date kitchen right now. A lot of the kitchen equipment has broken down. And so we had a meeting earlier this year, actually, with Chief Keene to talk about what exactly happened when the food service moved from the juvenile hall to the sheriff's office. And, when the juvenile hall was brand new and the kitchen was fully equipped with new equipment up and running, there was a drastically different population in the juvenile hall. So it was closer to 200 versus 25 kids. And so having full-time staffing in the kitchen for 25 kids versus 200 didn't make as much sense anymore. But I actually have advocated for the food services to be provided from, hadn't thought about the medical center. I was thinking like more partnering with local school districts who have different menus. But what I learned is that the food requirements based on California law are very specific, and there's a dietitian that has to look into that and approve extra meals. And I think Chief Keen probably could be the best person to talk about the restrictions there. But last I heard, and we actually had a meeting there, and I brought all of my team, many of which are young women of color in their 20s, to eat the food. Let's talk about the food. We met the food service team, and we talked about what they needed. Chief Keen committed to looking into whether we could buy new equipment to get that kitchen up and running and how much staffing would be required. And so I haven't gotten any updates since then, but maybe Adam can share a little bit more about that. But I want to share that it is something that I've heard concerns about for a long time, and we've really looked into. So do you want to add anything?
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Corzo. Chief Keen and I have had discussions about the food in particular. And Supervisor, you're right. There's state mandates that require certain ingredients in the food to be served a certain way to the residents up there. Additionally, Chief Keen made it very clear to me that there's snacks available 24 hours a day for individuals, so no one should ever be hungry up there. And they're healthy snacks, of course, but nonetheless, there's snacks, there's food available to anyone. So really, there should be no one hungry, because I did ask him that specifically. Chief Keen indicated, I believe it would take 8 individuals working full time to reopen that kitchen, which just doesn't seem practical for a population of 25. I have asked, due to a prior conversation with President Canepa, I have asked the staff at the health center to look at providing meals. They are still evaluating that, but they have a completely different dietary needs there that they serve the patients in the hospital. So they are still exploring that and working with Chief Keen on this. But I think that, to be fair, we should have Chief Keen back in to explain this. He is all over this issue and could really explain to this board exactly what goes on a day-to-day basis there and what the dietary needs are and requirements of the state are.
And then I just want to add
Could I just say a word? I am with the kids several times a week. I know their parents. I'm with them. I'm in the facility, and the kids are hungry. I don't know what you're being told, but the kids are hungry. And it's not just a few, it's a lot. Okay.
I also just wanted to add that I am proud to have allocated District 2 Measure K discretionary funds to help meet some of the needs of the commission and the programming that you all run in the past. And I haven't seen any recent District 2 discretionary fund applications, but I do think I'm really grateful that we're having a conversation about this and that we are talking about how to help meet the needs in a long-term way. I think it's definitely something that we should be doing. And I always think that it's really important for us to hear from all perspectives. And Johanna, I know your advocacy, and I've seen your connection with the kids and how much trust you've built with young people. And kids feel safer talking about what their concerns are with people they have trust with. Mm-hmm. So I'm grateful you have stepped into that role, and I loved hearing about how proud the young people are when they get to wear a suit that has a beautiful history and then bring that with them into their future, which they can and should be empowered to make better, to change. So thank you for your work.
You're very welcome.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Thank you for the presentation. I'm going to say I had a very visceral effect on the number 4 picture. By reinforcing or adding a young black male with his head down, you reinforce the negative connotations of what society thinks of when they see black people. So I would hope that you would take that picture out and do something else. I would rather there not be a picture than to have a young man who looks like that.
I use that picture because he was a youth from San Mateo from many, many years ago. So he was actually one of ours.
Yeah, but still, you know, when you look at the presentation, that is what society thinks of when they see young black men. So if there's a way to add another picture. And I'm going to share a quote from Frederick Douglass. "It is easier to build strong children than to repair broken men." So what we need to be doing is investing in our youth so that they don't end up in a juvenile detention. I know there are programs like My Brother's Keeper and other programs that's really there to support, and it starts with childcare to make sure that our children are reading at the grade level that they need to be reading at, and that they're sufficient and prepared for school. I think this item deserves a study session so we can talk more about the needs and what should be going in. Please don't take offense to my comments, but it's just me, and I know as a mom I would feel a certain way.
My son is black as well, so yes. I appreciate that. Thank you for bringing that, your feelings to the front.
Thank you. I would like to ask that we have the study session at the hall.
I love that idea.
That's a great idea.
So then you could hear from the kids.
So is that direction, Supervisor Spear? Okay. All right.
Takes care of January for us.
Great. All right. So it looks like we're going to see you at the hall. With that, do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have 4 speaker cards from Chambers, and then we can take comments from Zoom. We'll start with Beth Eggers, followed by Melissa Wilson.
Do a last call.
Oh, do I move out? Oh.
And if there, this will be a last call for speaker cards from Chambers. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm scrapping what I was going to say because it sounds like the majority of you really do understand that these children need to be treated with respect. And the majority of you do understand that the food is not adequate right now.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Am I not?
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, and that activities are not adequate. I want to thank you for the computers. I want to thank you for your study and suggesting to go to the source. I just want to thank you because I'm very, very impressed by what I've heard this morning, and I'm putting this away. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Melissa Wilson, followed by Rebecca Keeler.
Hi, everyone. My name's Melissa Wilson. I'm a former Santa Clara County Juvenile Justice Commissioner and San Mateo County Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commissioner. I'm concerned about sexual abuse in the facility, which has been a historical record here. And specifically, there's a federal law called the Prison Rape Elimination Act. And I would like to see this enacted in our county. County Council and I disagree on whether it's required or not. But I want to point out that in our adult facilities, PREA has been enacted. And that means that our youth in our facilities have less protections than our adults. And that seems wrong because our youth are the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jim Lawrence, followed by Paul Bocanegra.
Good morning, Jim Lawrence. I just want to remind us that the future success of San Mateo County determines by the choices we make for our young people today. While some may lose their way, and they do, that is precisely why we have the Juvenile Justice Delinquency Commission. The commissioners, dedicated volunteers, give their time, experience, and compassion. But I urge you, the commission really needs to have sustained funding and support to remain strong, vibrant, and effective, as we've seen here all today. So I'm really glad to see that we're going to have a study session. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim.
Thank you. And now we'll go back to Rebecca Keeler.
Thank you. Thank you, Board. I'm really heartened to see the response. Thank you, President Canepa, for bringing this to the Board today. I'm Rebecca Keeler, lifelong member of San Mateo County and lifelong children's advocate, especially underserved children. I'm also co-founder of In Our Care, work very closely with the issues in regards to these kids. We support a lot of the issues that JJDPC does in trying to get computers closed, et cetera, et cetera. Some of the community members are here that help support those that are bringing holiday things to the children. The other issue I'd really like to make sure that you pay attention to, and she brought up so many, is the mental health. All of the kids in the hall, almost all of the kids in the hall, have had severe trauma. And the lack of the ability for them to be seeing mental health counselors, they're going to come back to us in worse shape than they went in. Please bring in a contractor soon. We can't wait for the kids to be, for someone to be hired. Thank you.
Thank you. And now Paul Bocanegra, followed by Sue Digra, and then we have comments from Zoom.
Good morning and happy holidays, President Canepa, board, excuse me, Mr. Callagy. I'd like to also say thank you for today's movement on wanting to know more about what's happening under our watch with our tax dollars. Today, or in the past and recently, allegations of sexual conduct between youth, staff, surface at San Mateo County Juvenile Hall. Again, we have a trajectory of this, and I think that right now, with what we heard today and where this board is headed, that it would be a good time to look at doing something different. Next door in San Francisco, in the last 20 years, we haven't had any lawsuits regarding this issue. You look up San Mateo County, and we've had 10 to 12 lawsuits actively happening right now, and we're in the papers again. I am a survivor of this practice, and I'd just like to ask that it's time to reinvent the wheel. The difference is they have a juvenile probation department. We do not. Thank you so much. Happy holidays, and I love that jacket, President Canepa.
You could borrow it sometime. How about that?
Thank you. Now we have Sue Digra.
Morning. For some reason, I was compelled to be here. I did not know this was on the agenda. So I'm very pleased with your reaction, the report. I didn't hear the whole thing, but very good. My next step was, after being here today, was to go to Juvie Hall. Why? Because I have a 7th grade student. So I work for PARCA, for family support for families and clients who have a developmental disability or a learning challenge. And this young man, I'm trying to help. And the next step was he has to go to, not to Juvie Hall yet, but some kind of investigation or whatever. I'm not quite sure. But when I heard the possibility of what was going to happen at the school, which happened to be a wrong report, sad to say, but was believable because of what's been going on. I called the county hotline, the hot team, and mobile crisis unit, and I said, can you get involved? And they said yes. So I was very happy to hear that, because students need to feel dignity, and they don't feel dignity, and that's part of why they're there. They get suspended. Somebody calls because he threw a rock at a vehicle, and is he going to go to Juvie Hall now for that?
Thank you.
Oh, am I finished? I'm
Yes,
sorry.
thank you, Sue.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. President, we do have one more speaker card provided for Max Morales before Zoom.
Good morning and happy holidays. I just wanted to piggyback off of Ms. Rasmussen. I spent over 2.5 years in the juvenile hall, and I can tell you, Mr. Callagy, that there were times where there was no snacks and we were hungry. In my 2.5 years there, I probably saw Mr. Keene about once, and that was for a celebration. So I'm sure he's a busy man, and he doesn't have time to go there. So some of the things that he's told are passed down, and there could be a loss of communication at times. So I can tell you that we are hungry sometimes. Thank you.
Thank you, Max.
Thank you. And now we'll go to comments from Zoom. Mr. President, at this time we do have 11 hands raised. I'll go ahead and call the first speaker, Karen Huber-Levy, followed by Beth Von Emster.
We do a last call?
Oh, sure, Mr. President. Members of the public on Zoom, this is a final call to raise your hand for comment for this item. So please do so at this time, and that final name will be the last speaker that we call. Hands are coming up. Final call has been made. And the last speaker that we will take for this item will be Elizabeth. 13 speakers, Karen Huber-Levy, followed by Beth Von Emster. Karen, please proceed.
Hello, good morning.
Supervisors, my name is Karen Huber-Levy. I live in Hillsborough and I serve as a commissioner on the JJDPC. I also sit on the executive board of the California Youth Defender Center, which advocates for the rights of youth statewide. I was prepared to make more comments about the food issue, and I'm so heartened to hear that it has gotten the attention that it deserves today. And I would just reiterate that I think it's very important to close the gap between what may be reported and what is actually being experienced in the hall. And as commissioners, we know from being there and sharing meals with the youth and interacting with the youth on the basis of trust that this is an issue and it has been going on for many years. It was exacerbated by the change in the preparation of the food process and the shift to Redwood City, but it's not been good for some time. And I would just finish my remarks by saying that nutrition is not optional. It's part of a health equity approach to youth justice. And I am so grateful for your efforts and your commitment
Thank you
to
so
seeing
much.
positive change here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Beth Von Emster, followed by Catherine Carter. Beth, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. I'm Beth Von Emster, a Belmont resident. Thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for sponsoring this presentation this morning. And thank you so much to all of you supervisors for your willingness to fund programs that the commissioners have been funding. Your engagement on these issues this morning is very encouraging, and I urge you to involve the JJDPC in solutions going forward. They have unique information based on their own firsthand knowledge and interactions with incarcerated youth and their families. For example, on the food, county staff speaking with the probation chief is sensible, but engaging the commission also is imperative. They should be part of the conversation. There needs to be a mechanism going forward for all of you to be kept apprised of juvenile justice issues. Other commissions have county executive and board of supervisors staff in attendance at commission meetings, and I hope you will consider devoting the same attention to this commission's important work. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Carter, followed by Sabrina. Catherine, please unmute and begin.
Catherine Carter, one of the people. There has been not one quote from any of the 51 constitutions by this board to justify your failure to support our Republican
Can we
form of
focus
government.
on the issue before us?
I am. Rather, there's been opinion based on no fact. But these youth, were these youth instructed in the constitutions and that they have unalienable rights that stop short of licentiousness, which is the indulgence of the arbitrary will of the individual without regard for the rights of others or law. It differs from liberty. For the latter term may properly be used only of the exercise of the will in its moral freedom with justice to all men and obedience to all laws.
right, thank you. Next
Democracy is
speaker.
not a form of government.
Thank
They
you.
need to be instructed
you.
in a republic.
Thank you.
Okay. And we'll go to Sabrina, followed by Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Suri Juris. What are you doing to prevent the abuse from falling into the statutory system? It would be money better spent educating the youth on their constitutional rights that would keep them from being put into a government manufactured system that profits through the board's partners and stakeholders with their confinement. If the board didn't make unlawful ordinances obstructing ICE who have broken the immigration laws, they could be easily detained without public spectacle and ensure public safety. I have a question to Mr. Mueller. Are you denying the people's constitutional right of grievance? And as an attorney, you should be aware the board's charter is below the Constitution and you
Thank
do not
you.
have that grant of authority.
Thank you.
Can we have your unelected and selected sheriff remove you from the board for deprivation of rights, which you have no immunity? As an appeal to heaven, I do expect an answer. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now go to Michelle Stevens, followed by Tovis Page. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello, board. I have a few questions. I'm glad to see that you all are once again, interested in the juveniles and the young people. My question is, one, someone mentioned an AA degree. Exactly what is that? I would appreciate an answer to that because I've never heard of a AA degree. And also, I would like to know that, you know, out of all these children that's come through this county and they've had those little bracelets on their arms, and the young people, are these bracelets determining which section of the juvenile system that they go in within your community? You know, are they based on age and race and, you know, knowledge? I mean, how do you all do that with the little bracelets and where they get positioned at?
Thank you very much.
And once again,
Next
I come in
speaker.
with the
Thank you.
Okay, and next we have Tovis Page, followed by X. Tovis, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. My name is Tovis Page. I'm a Unitarian Universalist minister, and I'm here on behalf of the Peninsula Solidarity Cohort, which is an interfaith network of over 30 religious and spiritual leaders in our county. I'm so grateful for this important conversation and the work of the commission and the positive response so far from the board. Thank you so much. I'm the mother of 2 teenage boys who attend high school in Redwood City, as did I. And I don't know about you, but I know that I made a lot of poor decisions as a youth, and I know that my own kids probably will make their fair share, and that's without being subjected to trauma. What helps any of us make better decisions when we're in deep trouble is connection, support, and help. People who see our potential to heal and grow and support us in doing so. So I'm really glad for this opportunity to hear from and support the commission and to step up the county's investment in healing and rehabilitation of our youth, not only through nutritious food, but also substantial therapy and step-down programs which are so needed.
Thank you.
Our youth are our future. Let's invest in them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next we have X, followed by Daria Larizadeh. X, please unmute and begin.
Yes, thank you. When Measure K was passed, I envisioned this is the type of issue citizens expected our funding to go to, not to items that, like, for example, that's later on the agenda, item number 14, Measure K funds, where Canepa wants to allocate $100,000 to basically schmoozing with diplomats, something that his wife's involved in. So it kind of looks self-serving. It's great that this was on the agenda, but it's really no excuse for the supervisors that knew about this issue to say that they have not seen a request for Measure K. You should have asked for it if you knew about it. So I want to thank Supervisor Spears for making sure these kids get computers. And I'd also like to know how many of these kids are in the foster care system. I think that's important to know. So that we could start allocating funding of Measure K funds in the proper channels in a concerted effort, not this mismatch,
Thank you.
such as later on the agenda. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Daria Larizadeh, followed by Dana Johnson. Daria, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Daria Larizadeh. I'm a resident of East Palo Alto. I'm also the director of California Youth Justice Policy and Capacity Building at the National Center for Youth Law. I ask that you please do everything in your power to implement the recommendations of the JJDPC outlined today. 65 to 70% of youth in the juvenile justice system meet the criteria for a mental health disorder. Additionally, at least 75% of youth in the juvenile justice system have experienced traumatic victimization prior to their entry. We must ensure that our youth in the county's care receive the mental health support they need to successfully rehabilitate and rejoin our communities. For many youth, the mental health challenges are directly related to why they entered the system in the first place. On the issue of nutritious and adequate food, it's hard to believe that we are talking about lack of adequate nutrition and hunger and for children in the care of one of the healthiest counties in California. I appreciate the interest and support of everyone today and know that a creative solution can be
Thank you.
achieved to address the financial and logistic challenges raised. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Dana Johnson, followed by Bruce. Dana, please unmute and begin.
Perfect. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Dana Johnson, identify with they and he pronouns. I hold a lot of different hats in this county. I'm coming to you before you as a board member for Reach Coalition. I am reaching out to say that I am also in collaboration with the Juvenile Justice Commission on some of the things they are coming about. to talk to you about. I do want to share as well. I actually had 16 years of experience working in the juvenile justice system for our county, for San Mateo County. So some of the things that they're sharing, like about food, it's unfortunate that they're still having this issue. When I was there, food was an issue. I was there when they transitioned over to getting packaged food. And I can tell you it's not meeting a lot of the nutritional things as well as dietary restrictions. I also hope that they look into the rehabilitative and
Thank you.
reformative programming that used to happen. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce, followed by Elza Schaefer. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yes, I just like to go ahead and prove that, whatever systems that you guys have going is inept. It's pretty obvious that you get.
Was that the end of your comment, Bruce?
Next speaker.
Okay. Elza Schaefer, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Thanks so much. I'm Elza Schaefer. I live in Menlo Park, and I've lived in the county 40 years. I am so grateful that the board is hearing this commission, first of all, today, and would urge that you urge the commission every year to speak to you. They have asked that someone be in attendance at their meetings, at least from time to time. That sounds so very wise. But I can barely speak right now. I'm so impressed with what has happened and with all of your reactions. But I also expect, as the human beings we know you to be, that those would be your reactions. So I hope you will look forward to commissions coming to you to be able to speak in this manner. And I especially hope that you're able to address the contract mental health assistance, the change in food distribution. And I've heard that they are locked in their rooms/cells.
Thank you, Elsa.
Most hours of the day, and therefore could not access snacks. Tiny point, but thank you so much for this session.
Thank you. Aisha Barrow, followed by our last speaker, Elizabeth. Aisha, please unmute and begin.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Aisha Barrow. I'm a resident of Half Moon Bay. Coincidentally, I happened to have visited a state prison about a week ago through a nonprofit program, Defy Ventures. Many of the prisoners there had experienced trauma, started in a juvenile justice system. Many of them had committed murders and had been in worse off prison and downgraded to this level 2 prison. My goal for all these juveniles is that they never end up in a prison that's a state prison, that they are rehabilitated early on. I agree with Supervisor Gauthier that we should start earlier in childcare, availability. We should invest in the classroom, but that does not mean that we should ignore the current issues in the juvenile system. Right now, this is a good time to reach out to partners because many people are mobilized in food insecurity. And I really want to be a partner and an ally, and many people would in providing these juveniles the food that they need. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now our last called speaker, Elizabeth, please unmute and begin.
Good morning. I am Elizabeth Rossi, a resident of San Carlos. Thank you so much for offering this time to hear from the Juvenile Justice Commission. The work that they have been doing is truly inspiring and eye-opening. I'm so encouraged by this discussion today and the commitment you've expressed to address these problems. Hearing your acknowledgement of the system gaps and your willingness to take meaningful action gives me hope. Our youth depend on us to provide safety, support, and opportunity. I urge you to continue prioritizing reforms that strengthen their conditions, expand rehabilitation, and ensure that they get mental health treatment. Your leadership has the power to change trajectories, and I'm genuinely heartened to hear your intent to make things better moving forward. Thank you for your time and your commitment to our young people.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Mr. President.
Let me bring it back to the board. Are there any further comments? Yes. Supervisor Corso.
Thank you. I want to start first by addressing the young person that spoke earlier. I'm really proud of you for being here, for even just your presence as someone that's been through the system yourself, I think is really powerful. And you remind me of some of my family members who are super intelligent, super just have like a presence about them, but got lost along the way, right? And didn't know how to hone those gifts, didn't have the mentorship, didn't have the structures to really be their best selves. And I'm glad that you're out. And I hope you like accomplish every single one of your personal goals. I hope you go to college, get degrees, have a career that's fulfilling, that pays you well, and like chart a new path, not just for yourself, but for your family and for the generations of your ancestors that came before you. And I want to just share a little personal story. I have a cousin who is more like a brother to me, who he went to the juvenile hall, he went to Camp Glenwood, he went to the California Youth Authority, basically youth prison, when they were still open. He went to county jail. He's now an electrical engineer. And he got his diplomas. He's a success. And it's also true that he didn't get as much therapy as he probably needed. And he still has his struggles. And he's actually in rehab right now. But all of the wins that he accomplished allow him to go to rehab now and finally get that support for the mental health, for the emotional, for the health, for the trauma that he didn't get when he was younger that he needed. So I would encourage you to make sure don't just accomplish goals, but also take care of your trauma and your emotional health so that you can really be successful. So thank you again for being here. And then I wanted to just name that as liaisons to commissions, it actually is our responsibility to have staff present at as many meetings as possible, if not all of them. And so I'm sad to hear that hasn't been happening. And I'll be the incoming president, and one of the duties of the president is to make the committee assignments for every board member and distribute those responsibilities. And while I have been on the Juvenile Justice Coordinating Council, I haven't been assigned to the JJDPC, but I would like to actually this coming year. And I fully commit to being as present as possible and seeing through every concern that is raised. I think my team and I can really handle that and step up to the plate in that area. And I'll just wrap up by saying that some of the concerns that are raised, like I mentioned before with the food, they're a little more complicated than they should be. But I agree that we have to figure it out, right? Like they may be complicated, but what we're doing isn't working, and we just have to figure it out. We have to find a better way, and we have to get creative. We have to look at what other areas are doing differently, what other counties are doing differently to meet the need and to solve that problem. So we're going to do that. We will do that. And in terms of funding for the commission, I think, we do have, we have staff, I think, looking at commissions holistically, but those recommendations haven't fully come to us yet, just in terms of like budgets that commissions have and what really their full roles and responsibilities are. So I do think it's appropriate that we consider some of the programming and what those funding needs are. And I'm fully on board with the study session as well. I'm really grateful to hear that there's a lot of interest, and I love the idea of having the meeting at the Youth Services Center. I still call it the Juvenile Hall a lot of times because that's what the hall, that's what we kind of called it. But yeah, I'm grateful for the service of all of the commissioners, and we're gonna figure it all out. So thank you so much for being here and for your presentation. Thank you.
Supervisor Spear.
Very briefly, Mr. Niblin, I would like for us to look at what other counties have done to make sure that PREA-like rules and regulations are in place at the juvenile hall. Having spent a lot of time on a federal level dealing with sexual assault in prisons, it is a scourge in that system, and the extent to which we have cases in San Mateo County is very alarming to me, and I think to probably everyone on this board. So if you could do that in preparation for our meeting in January, that would be helpful.
Yes, Supervisor, we'll make sure we're prepared to discuss that. We have, as has been noted, been in dialogue with members of the community and frankly with Chief King and his staff regarding the matter.
Are there any additional comments? You know, I just really want to thank the commission, Paul, and so many others. I think the work that you've done has just been extraordinary. The ability to work, you know, we sit on the Board of Supervisors, but it's the people day to day who do the work, and the work that you've done has been impactful. I think the ability to advance ideas have really put us in a place right now for really systemic change. You know, finally, I want to thank my staff. I want to thank Bill Silverfarb for the work that he's done. We've built a really strong relationship with the commission for a number of years, a relationship where we've had the ability to discuss various items and various issues. And so I really want to take the time to thank my staff. This isn't easy work, but I think what we've done today is, I think collectively as a board, has really put forth a roadmap. And that roadmap is something where we realize that our children should not go hungry in juvenile hall. When we have two members, and I really want to thank you. I really want to thank you because it takes a lot of courage to speak before a lot of people. And your ability to articulate, your ability to have empathy, not for yourself or for others, is really just profound. And just thank you. I mean, really. I don't know, how old are you? You're 20. You know, I don't know if I could do that as 20 years old. And one thing I realize, we tend to pontificate as elected officials. But I've realized that when it comes to lived experience, it matters. And the people, and we'll be honoring Joanne next. Joanna, we'll be honoring her next. But just the people who are doing this work, it's not easy work. And many of the comments, and thank you, we've heard from Tovis Page and others, this is what moves policymakers, the people who do the work. And I was always humbled by this when people say, you know, it's the people who do the work, and we can never lose sight of that. And so thank you for what you do. This item requires no action, so we'll move on to item 3. So thank you all. Item 3 is the presentation of a resolution honoring and commending Johanna Rasmussen for outstanding service to the San Mateo County Criminal Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission. As the Board of Supervisors liaison to the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Commission, it's my honor today to recognize someone whose leadership has truly strengthened San Mateo County's commitment to our most vulnerable people. Johanna Rasmussen has been an extraordinary force on the JJPDC, a thoughtful, steady, and deeply compassionate advocate for youth and families impacted by the juvenile justice system. Her service has elevated equity, accountability, and data-driven decision-making, as she has ensured that the needs and voices of system-impacted youth are never overlooked. In 2025, Johanna served as chair of the commission, guiding its work with integrity, clarity, and relentless focus on prevention, opportunity, and fairness. She has collaborated closely with county departments, schools, community organizations, and families to drive policies that give young people the support they need to heal and succeed. Today, we want to recognize not only her leadership, but her heart, her willingness to be present for youth who might otherwise fall through the cracks, and her commitment to building a juvenile justice system that lifts young people up rather than leaves them behind. And just a quick story about your heart and your compassion, and maybe you could speak to it a little. But when kids need shoes, when kids need toiletries, if you could just speak to that now, and I'll conclude my comments about some of the work that you've done. My understanding in this supervisor sphere speaks to what you're talking about, and you are right. To date, I think Johanna, out of her money, has spent over
$70,000.
Over $70,000. I don't know if there's anyone in this great county that would do that. And maybe you could speak a little bit about some of your work and what you've done for the youth in our juvenile hall.
Thank you. So our population has great needs, as does their families. And we don't have systems in place that are like a safety net. So I serve as that safety net. And I have members of the community who help me as well. So they're putting out tens of thousands of dollars as well, in addition to what I'm putting out. So when someone needs a pair of shoes, they need a backpack for school, they need school clothes, they don't have any hygiene, they might need a laptop to go to school, they don't have any transportation, they need a bus pass. These are all things we don't provide. If they need to go to the dentist and they're not hooked up with any kind of services to get their teeth fixed. Parents who are facing eviction and don't qualify for anything or are afraid to go forward because they have immigration issues. We pay that back rent. We get that done. We make sure the family stays housed. We basically see a need and we fill it.
Thank you. So it's my privilege and honor to present today this honorary resolution in gratitude for your outstanding service and for the profound impact you have made on the youth throughout San Mateo County. And with that, I'll make a motion. Are there any comments?
Just again, Johanna, thank you for all of the commitment and time and love that you have given to many, many young people in our county. It just kind of leaves me speechless. I think the mentorship that you give, the meeting the needs without questions and just figuring it out is really commendable. And being there to understand what the needs are is really, really important. And I do think our system can and should do better. And thank you for bringing light to that. So really grateful for your voice and your presence for our kids.
Thank you.
All right, any additional comments, colleagues?
Well, you're a remarkable person. Thank you. And I think a lot of us are speechless, as Supervisor Corzo said, with what you've done on your own dime, so to speak, except it's $70,000 worth of dimes. I'm actually embarrassed that we don't have an advocate for these kids at juvenile hall. I mean, we need an ombudsman. The commission should not be in a position of having to fund these things. That's our obligation. You should be providing us advice and recommendations, but I think we've just really lost our way here, and we're going to fix it. And you've done an outstanding job today putting light on this issue.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any additional? Supervisor Mueller? Oh, no, I'm sorry.
It's
Sorry.
all right. I mean, again, I very much would just hearing that number. It's larger than I expected. I really want to see the list of what those things are, so that we can make it right. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I too want to just thank you for your big heart, for all the commissioners, because as I've talked to you, I know that you're coming out of your pocket, and I too am embarrassed. That shouldn't happen in San Mateo County. We should be able to provide the needs, but that's something that we can do in the study session, understanding what the needs are. How do they get closed? How are we going to fill those gaps that are needed in that space? So again, thank you for all that you do. I think that we should look at these itemized dollars and see if there's a way to even reimburse, if that's possible, for the money that you've already put out.
Thank you so much.
That's something I can agree to as well. I think reimbursement would be important. Do we have any public comment?
Yes, Mr. President, I do have one speaker card from Chambers for Arnold Morales, and then we can take comments from Zoom.
Can't believe I'm the only one, but that's okay. I think everybody said a lot about Johanna, and I personally wanted to thank her publicly for her work, and I wanted to add a little angle to what she does. I was fortunate to come across her, some others that are here at the commission, that helped me through a personal situation and have opened my eyes to what our county needs are, specifically with youth. But I wanted to say something that somebody hasn't mentioned, is that beyond people, young men have made mistakes that are in custody, and that they're trying to help and set up the best way so that when they get out, they become productive citizens. Beyond that, they follow up after release, helping them go to court and transporting families to important appointments, medical, and also looking at their needs home. And so their job is not only, what I see from them is not only limited to what their description is as a commissioner, but goes beyond that when they are released, trying to make sure that they have a pathway to become positive contributors to our county. And so for that, I can never thank you enough. Thank you so much, and hope that the board supports you in everything that you're trying to do. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no further speaker slips from Chambers, so at this time we'll go ahead and take comments from Zoom. We have 3 hands raised. Dariela Rizada, followed by Sabrina.
Last call.
And this will also be a last call for hands to raise for this item. We're on item 3, so please raise your hand at this time. Final call has been made. And the last speaker will be Elza Schaefer as the 7th hand. Daria, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Daria Larizade, and I just wanted to take a rare opportunity to publicly thank Johanna for her incredible work and leadership in the county and throughout the state. I work with JJDPCs across the state and with advocates across the state working to improve juvenile justice systems. And Johanna absolutely stands out as an incredible advocate. She is not only caring and empathetic, but also a doer and someone who gets things done, willing to work with the partners across all fields. And that's what makes her incredibly successful. And the success of the JJDPC in San Mateo County is in large part due to Johanna's leadership. And I just wanted to recognize that and thank her so much for that. Thank you.
Thank you. Sabrina, followed by Beth Von Emster. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Suri Juris. I wanted to commend the speaker, Johanna, for all her hard work. She should not have to use her own private funds, as there is ample funds within the budget to pay for all these things, including the food for the kids in the facilities. I'm asking that there be an audit and maybe an inspector general to go over the oversight over all the budget and expenditures to these private partners and stakeholders that you have with those non-governmental organizations, as there seems to be a lot of corruption coming to light. And I still have the question for Mr. Mueller to be answered. That has not been answered.
Just for the
And I
general,
noticed that other people are
just-
getting extended time. Thank you.
just for the general public, we don't answer questions from public comments, just a past policy that the board has had. So with that, we'll go back to public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. We'll now go to Beth Von Emster. Beth, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I want to thank you, Supervisor Canepa, for this richly well-deserved honor for my dear friend, Johanna Rasmussen. Johanna is a remarkable champion for children and their families, particularly justice system-involved youth and those at risk. She sees every person's humanity and makes them feel like the valued community members they are. Resources for her and the Commission's work would make her even more effective, and it's gratifying to hear that you all will be supporting her efforts with funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Catherine Carter, followed by Elizabeth. Catherine, please unmute and begin.
Yes, I'm one of the people, and this is not public comment for me. It is to get grievances redressed. I just wondered how much radiation are students or the juveniles exposed to with these body scans, and why are they not taught how to grow their own food? Some practical life skills while they're in there. And I appreciate the attitude that the young lady has in working with the youth, but they also need to be sure that they understand what form of government we have that protects individual rights, theirs and the rights of others. And I just don't see how any statute gives authority to teach democracy, because we don't have that form of government. And your body cannot exist under any other form. So, but those are not addressed. And are the
so
children being taught English only?
Thank you. And we'll now go to Elizabeth, followed by Michelle Stevens. Elizabeth, please unmute and begin.
Hi, this is Elizabeth Rossi. Johanna is a treasure. We're so lucky that our youth are the recipients of her passion, generosity, talent, and love. And thank you to the Board of Supervisors for recognizing her today.
Thank you. We'll now go to Michelle Stevens, followed by Elza Schaefer. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I appreciate your time. But what I don't understand is why you all have such a lack of understanding of the Constitution. What was just said goes completely against the Constitution. We, the people, have the right to readdress grievances with our government. You do not have the right to cut us off, to downgrade us, and to totally ignore and tell us you're not going to answer. You took an oath to do just that. I am focusing on the subject matter. The subject matter is my right to readdress the governance. You don't have the right to change that. You don't have the right to boss me around about that.
Next speaker. Go ahead.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our next speaker and our last speaker is Elza Schaefer. Elsa, please unmute and begin.
Thank you so much. Elza Schaefer from Menlo Park, and also living in the county for 40 years. I am so grateful for Johanna's leadership and her decades worth of dedication to all of the youth who have so many needs that they themselves can't take care of. I also know that the commission over the years has had a number of different commissioners and people in leadership. And I remember once reading and editing a report that they were sending forth to the board on some of these situations. And I'd just like to say they did not know to ask for, or my understanding was to ask for a meeting, to ask to be agendized. And I could be dead wrong. Maybe it's just that they were always turned down. But I think all of your commissions need to know that they can come before you and can ask for things
Thank you,
like
Elsa.
this. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
If
Thank
I
you.
could, President Canepa, I just also wanted to thank Bill Silverfarm because he's really been a great partner. I can call him at any time of the day or night. He picks up the phone. So I also wanted to recognize Bill.
Thank you. So that means a lot. Thank you. Do we have any other more comments?
That was the last called speaker, Mr.
All
President.
right. Can we have a roll call, please?
Sure. Motion has been made by you, President Canepa, seconded by Supervisor Spear. I'll take the roll call vote. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
What I'm going to ask is we're going to present this proclamation. I'd like everyone who is sort of affiliated with the JJPDC, even if you're outside of a commission, but really been working on this work to all come up and as we give this to Johanna. Thank you. Okay, thank you. This is a big one. This is a big one.
Don't do it, then she can't go.
Is that a motion, Supervisor Gaucher? This item 4 is the presentation of a resolution honoring Ileana Rodriguez upon her retirement as Assistant County Executive. This morning we have the privilege and honor of recognizing a leader whose impact on San Mateo County is simply extraordinary. Ileana Rodriguez has served the county with vision, integrity, and an unwavering commitment to public service. As Assistant County Executive and in her many roles before that, Ileana has been at the center of some of our most critical work, strengthening our health systems, expanding services for vulnerable residents, and helping guide this county through some of the most challenging moments in its history. Ileana is someone who leads with both competence and compassion. She builds bridges, solves problems, and always keeps people at the heart of every decision. Her steady hand and deep institutional knowledge have shaped programs and policies that will continue to benefit our communities for years to come. Today's resolution is a small token of our appreciation for a career defined by excellence, partnership, and public service at its finest. On behalf of the Board of Supervisors, I want to personally thank Ileana for her decades of dedication, her exemplary leadership, and her profound contributions to the well-being of San Mateo County. Ileana, we congratulate you on your retirement, and we honor the incredible legacy you leave behind. Mr. Callaghy.
This is a tough one. You know, they say that no one's irreplaceable. I think that, Ileana, you really broke the mold there. I really do think that you are irreplaceable. You have been such an incredible partner to me throughout the years here. You are such a dedicated public servant in everything that you do. You are all about compassion and vision and innovation and bringing new ideas and, more importantly, getting things done. Your whole career has been marked by getting things done. I reflect back on the pandemic, and Ileana was my go-to person. She was the one when we opened up the EOC. I asked to take the helm in there, and she did such an incredible job in an unknown time. And she was there every single day leading. And when I would ask the impossible, like I'll never forget the time, open up a vaccination center at the airport. Ileana, no problem. I'll do it. And got it going with military precision. I mean, it's just unbelievable what she would do. I gave Ileana all the tough assignments because I knew that she could handle them. And I dubbed her the czar of homelessness, that she was going to end homelessness in this county. And she didn't disappoint. Her years of time in HSA and child support really, in that institutional knowledge, gave her such a step up and gave this county such a step up in dealing with homelessness in this county. She was the right person at the right time to take that on and did a remarkable job beating all expectations and bringing people together. You just can't, really wrap your hands around 36 years of time that she has spent here. And just for me, the accomplishments that she was able to achieve, but more importantly, the way she did it with humility. Ileana hates the spotlight, always stayed out of the spotlight and would give the credit to everyone else around her. But she had a unique way of bringing everybody together. I have never heard anyone say a bad word about you, Ileana. It's remarkable how beloved you are and what you meant to so many people. You've always led with your heart. You've been a mentor to others, and you're a true believer that information is only good if you can give it away. And she has spent a career mentoring others. At one time, I asked everyone in the room to raise their hand who had been mentored by Ileana, and everyone in the room raised their hand. Integrity, calm under pressure. This was Ileana. Any assignment I could give her, she would take it on. And when bad news had to come down my way, she'd be the one to walk in with a smile on her face and say, "Mike, I've got some bad news." But she always had a solution. She always had a solution on how we were going to get out of it. So, all I can say in summary here is that I'm a better person. All the people that you've worked with are better, and this county is way better because you made the decision to spend your professional career here serving others in San Mateo County. Ileana, just so proud to have worked with you for these years, and I really do think that you're irreplaceable. Thank you, President.
Supervisor Mueller.
Hey, there you go.
So this is one of those times you speak and you're just afraid you're not going to say enough, that you're not going to capture it right. Mike, it was funny because a lot of things you said I had written down. They're on my piece of paper. Absolutely irreplaceable. I've tried to learn from you, from the way you approach things. You are, no matter what's happening, you are just a path in that storm. And the way you have a way about you, Ileana, where you just are very direct with what the problem is. Just absolutely very direct. But as Mike said, you know how to chart the path. And you just get it done. And I remember after the shooting, when we had the call with the state and all the short timelines, And it was just like, you had it. You had it. You got it done. And then that you took that project, which is impossible, and you got it done. And you stayed. And what a lot of people don't know is you're planning on leaving earlier. And you stayed to get these things done. And you stayed last year through the time of crisis, in part because you love him, and in part because you love this county. And you made sure that we were in a good place before you left. And I can't express enough of thanks to you. I could tell everyone here stories. I had a gentleman call one day who was a double amputee and needed housing right then. He'd been on the street, and it was impossible. And I walked into your office and gave you an impossible task, and he had somewhere with a roof over his head, like almost immediately. And he called me, and he couldn't believe the miracle. And that's really what you've done for so many people, is you get it done, but you created miracles. And we really are going to miss you a lot. And I know that other folks are going to try to fill your shoes, and everyone will have different approaches to it, but no one's going to do it quite like you did it. Thank you.
Supervisor Corso?
Thank you. So first off, felicidades, Ileana. Your retirement is so well-deserved, and I know we like to commend people for working really hard, and that is commendable, but it's also really admirable to choose to rest, to choose to spend more time with your family, and to choose to take care of yourself and hopefully travel the world, or whatever parts of it are your favorite. You've earned it. And not only are you an incredible leader, but another quality that I greatly admire about you and that we have in common is that you're an incredible daughter. You help take care of your parents, and you're an inspiration to other Latinas, to other women, to everyone who know that they deserve a seat at the table, or in this case, the dais. And so thank you for everything that you've done, and your family makes the most amazing coquito. So, I don't think you're allowed to share the recipe, but if you don't know what that is, it's a Puerto Rican holiday drink, and you should try it. I also just kind of want to speak to some of the amazing work you've done. As my colleague here mentioned, you have been so helpful and such a leader when it comes to addressing homelessness and making sure that really vulnerable community members get housed and that they are in that system of care at the right place at the right time. And I also want to say that you played a really important role alongside many of us here in addressing the crisis that we went through last year and this year with corruption. And having you by our side was really helpful, was really grounding. And I want to thank you for that. And with that, I'll wrap it up. But it's been an honor to work with you. And thank you so much.
Ileana, thank you so much for your leadership and your friendship. I've only been here for a year, but I feel like I know you. And I just appreciate you opening your doors for me and coming by and sitting and talking to me. I feel like you have mentored me and helped me along the way. I want to thank you for prioritizing yourself and your family, because now is the time to really enjoy the work that you've already done. We will miss you, but you made the mistake of giving me your personal cell phone number, so you won't be far. You've done so much, and it's oftentimes when you're thinking about people, you have so much time, but we can't say enough about what you've done. But the work that you've done will touch generations to come in San Mateo County. So again, congratulations on your retirement. Tell me about some of the trips. Maybe I'll have time to join you, but we really appreciate all that you've done.
Well, let me start off by saying I feel cheated that I've only had 1 year to work with you directly, Ileana. You have had an extraordinary career. To say you are talented is an understatement. To say you are knowledgeable is to minimize the encyclopedic information you can recall in virtually any instance. To say that you have dedicated your life to public service doesn't begin to describe the lives that you have touched, the thousands of lives that you have helped in your 36 years serving this county. I think one of the most significant ways you can judge an individual's character is by asking people who work closely with that person how they would describe her. And so we've done that. So let me just read out some of the words to describe you. Luminary, unshakable, one of a kind, a powerhouse, sage, unflappable, shrewd, and strategic. You are a remarkable public servant, and we are all grateful that you have served this county for 36 years.
Mr. Niblin.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. Supervisor Spear, I'm actually going to claim a couple of those words. I was actually asked to provide one word, but as a lawyer, I couldn't limit myself to one word. I had to pick two, and I do think, Ileana, that you are sage, and I do think that you're unflappable. In 24 years of the county, I'd had the opportunity over many, different circumstances to benefit from your mentorship and to see you in action. When I, want to develop a colleague, when I want a colleague to have the opportunity to grow and to see what right looks like in terms of getting things done in the county, I try to assign them to work with you and to, benefit from just seeing you in action. And I think many of us have become, much, much better public servants by dint of that experience. So I wish you really well, and I want to thank you for all that you've done for the county attorney's office.
Great. Ileana?
Well, thank you, and thank you for the recognition. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to have served our county for almost 4 decades. It's been a whirlwind, and it's been a privilege to dedicate my career to a community I love and where I was born, North County. As a woman of color, it has been a great deal to me to contribute to this institution and to help open the doors for those who will come behind us. Our impact is not measured by the work we complete, but by the pathways we create and the people we lift along the way. I truly believe that. The next generation of leaders is watching us, learning from us, and they deserve the guidance, our encouragement, our belief in their potential. I want to gently challenge our managers and leaders who follow to invest in those coming behind you. Mentor them, champion them, build authentic relationships with them. It is through those relationships that emerging leaders gain confidence, insight, and the opportunity to rise. Stretch assignments, thoughtful coaching, and exposure to real responsibilities help shape professionals with strong technical, organizational, and leadership skills. These experiences are essential in preparing the next generation to step into the roles of greater impact with competence and courage. I know I've benefited from that. I am sincerely grateful for your support, your leadership, your partnership over the years. Working alongside such dedicated public servants has been one of the greatest rewards of my career. Thank you for the trust you placed in me and for allowing me the space to grow and contribute in meaningful ways. As I step into retirement, I do so with pride in what we've accomplished together and with great hope for the leaders who will carry this work forward. Thank you again for the recognition and for the honor of serving alongside you. And with that, gracias y feliz Navidad y un próspero año nuevo le deseo a todos.
Someone who's worked really closely with Ileana has been Robert Mankia. Mr. Mankia, would you like to say a few words?
This is tough. It's been a long time. I think 20 plus years. And you have mentored me and many of us in this space for a really long time. And I can't thank you enough for guiding me through some rough times in my life, and caring about me and helping me grow as not only a person that works for the county, but an individual that cares. I couldn't have done that alone, and I appreciate everything that you've done for not only me, but other colleagues that we have in the room here today. You are just a very special person, and my life is better because of you. And I want to thank you for all you've done for me, and this county. And I think that your legacy will live on no matter what, whether it's a cha-ching or a or a how much do I really need type answer. I really do appreciate everything you've done and the humor and the way that you were able to guide me through my life and my career. And I really appreciate you. Thank you.
How many problems do you need? Zero.
Right. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. That was, if I could, I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, and I don't see any hands from Zoom, but I will ask those that are in-house or on Zoom, if you'd like to speak, to go ahead and raise your hand, or feel free to come to the podium.
Go ahead, Dana.
Come on, Dana. Come on up.
I just want to thank Ileana. You taught me resiliency, can do. You were always there. I always love your calls. Dana. So, excuse me. I just want to say thank you. It's been incredible. We were so lucky to have you as long as we did. Enjoy retirement.
Great. Thank you, Dana. Mates?
It's hard not to repeat what was already said. You're one of a kind, Ileana, and I obviously speak personally, but I've seen it in so many ways. Your mentorship is so multidimensional. It's explicit. It's, as an example, you mentor people from the most junior to your direct colleagues. You have made me a better public servant, and as somebody who is going to have to continue on in this work without you, all of your lessons, all of your examples that you have set will be my North Star in trying to determine how best to move things forward. So I thank you. I consider myself very lucky for having been able to work closely with you. And I can speak directly to what John had mentioned. In the county attorney's office, you are one of the people who it's very fortunate if you get to work with you, because you get to see true professionalism at its finest. So thank you. I already miss you, even though you're still here, and will continue to miss you. Thank you so much for your service.
And finally, Mr. Ely, Adam Eli. Excuse me. And we'll go to public comment. Yeah.
Thank you, Ileana, for all the mentorship you provided me. One thing that wasn't mentioned that stands out to me about Ileana as a lawyer is that she has the strongest BS detector that I have probably ever seen, which makes you stand on guard when you're about to have a meeting with Ileana and make sure you're ready with your facts. But that really elevates everybody. And that combined with compassion and empathy is kind of the key to management. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Other comments?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speaker slips in chambers, and those on Zoom, if you'd like to comment, please raise your hand. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Great. With that, may I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Aye,
Supervisor-
regrettably.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion regrettably passes.
All right. We have some hardware for you. So we'll all go down. We have a resolution. I'm going to ask our county executive to present this.
My wife hasn't done that in a long time. Thank you.
I'll take it with your phone. Go, Zoma. Go. Go. Sister, go.
It's a good call. All right. So, colleagues, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back in 5 minutes.
The time is now 11:33 a.m. and the board is in recess. Mr. President, we can start in about 30 seconds.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
And the time is now 11:42 a.m., Mr. President, and you may call the meeting back to order with all supervisors present.
We are back. Mr. Callaghy.
Yes, thank you, President Camp and members of the board. I neglected at the beginning of the meeting to introduce our new and incredible clerk of the board, Kim Boverio, who is actually just started yesterday. So this is her second day on the job. She is being mentored by Sherry, and she comes to us with a lot of experience, a lot of enthusiasm, and eager to learn the job. So we're very lucky to have Kim with us here today, and certainly lucky to have Sherry mentoring Kim. So welcome, Kim.
Welcome aboard, Kim. All right, it's now time for us to move to the regular agenda. There are 16 items. We'll start with item 5, which is a resolution accepting the San Mateo County Exposition and Fair Association 2026 budget. Hi, Dana. Mr. Callaghy.
We've got Dana Storr with us, the CEO of the Event Center. So we're very lucky to get an update from Dana. I just want to say that Dana's been doing a great job, really maximizing profits out there. I know we've got big plans that we're working on for the future. I think you'll touch a little bit on that in your presentation, but let me turn it over to Dana.
Is your microphone on?
I think it's on. Okay, there it goes. Yes, happy holidays, as well as County Executive Callaghy, County Attorney Neblin, and my one and only Assistant County Executive Ileana Rodriguez. So I'm here to present the budget for the San Mateo County Event Center. I also have our controller, Diane Bauman. I'll go through this pretty quickly, and then at the end, if you have any questions. So our mission at the Event Center is to provide a resilient space that enhances daily life through connection, economic opportunity, and community well-being. I often refer to the Event Center as an onion. It has many, many layers, both as a business driver, as well as a resiliency center, as well as a community partner to many other nonprofits. We presented our 2026 budget, which demonstrates a spend down of our capital reserves that we had built up through a number of years. I'll go through some of those improvements in a bit. So the Event Center serves as a year-round hub for the community. It really is an economic impact driver for the community, for San Mateo. It also provides many other community benefits, as well as emergency response and resiliency. Some of our year-round events that are our signature events, of course, the San Mateo County Fair, which we produce. Open Sauce, which is like a maker fair event, which is growing by leaps and bounds. That's a tech event of inventors. Of course, we have the standard gem and jewelry show, which I know many of us love dearly. As well as we do a great amount of youth athletic events. And SatStar, which is a very, very large tech conference we hold in May. They're there for the 5th year. And it expands our exposure. Last weekend, we just did also a holiday party for 4,000. Wow. And, you know, it ranges the gamut from the very small to the very large. But it also provides a lot of business opportunity. And part of that business opportunity allows us to also do our community support. Here's many events that we underwrite through reduced rent, AMR driver training, Second Harvest Food Bank, Samaritan House, Disaster Preparedness Day, and one of my favorites, inclement weather sheltering. So we're really excited to be doing that. As well as many other programs. Fortitude, which is a program for kids getting out of the juvenile justice or juvenile dependency system and needing training and construction. There's Fortitude provides a 6-week intensive on the Event Center property. We provide lots of projects for them to practice on, and they graduate, and I think that they have a 60%, 70% higher rate. Toolworks, which helps adults with developmental disabilities, we also employ, and we also serve our community by offering our parking lots to Foster City School District, as well as Master Gardeners. And then, of course, we can't not acknowledge the fair, so I'm going to give you a teaser. Our tagline is where tradition meets innovation. And this year, we'll see if I can get her to start. We worked with a local Redwood City company called Advanced Arts. See if I can get her. Oh, nope. She's not going to talk. So Amica is an AI-driven robot, which will be there at the first day of fair. She's quite amazing. And so you'll see her in a lot of our commercials, but she's really, we talk, you know, everybody's talking about the AI craze, so you'll be able to meet her first day of fair, and she's going to talk about a lot of what we're going to do at fair time. Our capital projects include an RV park, which is almost done, Fiesta Hall, which got a much needed upgrade to our lobbies and restrooms, and most importantly, our Redwood City Resiliency Community Kitchen, which is expected to go online in August. We also are very cognizant that as a resiliency center and an OES site, we've just installed 3 new industrial generators, which means every building has backup generation on the property. Expo Hall is capable of life safety, which means it has backup generation for not only lights, but HVAC, as well as Cypress, so that we can never be without power for inclement weather. New facilities include a new restroom. I know I get teased a lot because this is one of my favorite projects. We have the best restroom of any fairgrounds in the state of California. But if you look at the showers, these are like hotel level showers that we're able to, you know, be able to offer people that, you know, are really coming to us in times of need. And so it's really nice to have really fresh, clean facilities available to give people, as well as our clients. The RV park, which you see sits over an underground stormwater storage tank, and you can't build on it. So we also, I wanted to give a great amount of appreciation to the county, which provided $1 million for solar. It's the first solar generation project on the property, so we're very excited about that. It also, the RV park serves in emergency for fire crews should we need them, and hopefully we don't. the Resiliency Kitchen, we're working with Samaritan House on some use opportunities for them, as we know that their current facilities are not large enough, and we just keep seeing an expanding demand. And then additional upgrades we were making are sort of in the framework of supporting emergency response, ensuring operational stability during prolonged emergencies, and in just enhancing our capability overall for business as well as the community. So we work really hard at the Event Center. I think one of the things I'm most proud of that I'd like to mention, particularly for inclement weather, is my staff and I put together a gift store. We all donated clothing, so when we're doing inclement weather, people can go just pick up clothes. They can get, clean. We purchased undergarments, so people get, clean undergarments, toiletries, whatever, but we also donated clothes. So you have a pretty big choice of clothing opportunities should you need them when you're visiting the Event Center for inclement weather. And I think that wraps it up.
Thank you, Dana. Are there any questions for Dana or comments? Yes, Supervisor Corso.
Thank you, Dana. Being that the Event Center is in my district, it's a very special place that I've had a lot of beautiful memories at, and being in this role, it's been really eye-opening, and it's given me a lot of pride to know the many ways that the Event Center meets the needs of our community, not just for the fair, but far beyond that. And I'm grateful to have you in this position, leading that work and making sure that the Event Center continues to be a safe space and a welcoming space for every single person in our community. And I don't have any questions. You answered all of them. I'm really proud that our Event Center, and through your leadership, our county received that resiliency grant from the state, and we'll be living up to those commitments and leading the way in our state by doing that work. Thank you.
I think with that, we'll be one of the most resilient centers of all the OES sites in California. And really, when we have an earthquake, which we all know is coming eventually, we're really prepared as best we can to address everyone in our community.
Are there any additional questions or comments? Yes, Supervisor.
Just briefly, it's been wonderful working with you as we look to transform the fairgrounds into a really first-rate conference.
Yes, I would be
center.
remiss to not say the feasibility study, which the staff is all really excited about, is moving forward at nice speed, and really to be able, and knowing the state of most fairgrounds in the state and the fact that San Mateo is invested in seeing a bright future for that property and making the highest and best use is very, very exciting. We try and temper that with, what's to come, but it is a very, very exciting process.
And I'd also like to thank you for making making Fiesta Hall available for our human trafficking event yesterday.
I will always make room.
Thank you.
So thank you for a very good cause and a very important subject.
Dana, I too want to just say thank you for all that you do and for the work that goes on at the fairgrounds. It was exciting to see the solar portion, and would love to, at some point, I know that we're looking at other uses for the property, but how we can use more solar and how that can go back to the facilities in general. But was really excited to be able to feed the baby calf this year at the fairground. So again, thank you.
Yeah, the baby calves will come back next year. They make a lot of them. So.
Thank you. I wanted just to take a moment to, yesterday we had our District 2 elected official convening, and I was able to share with folks on school boards and on city councils about this feasibility study and the intention, and how the feasibility study and the information that's gathered will really be used to figure out what the visioning and direction for the Event Center investments in the future will be, and whether it's a conference center or whether it is making sure more field space for the county and the community is there. Really working hard to make sure we have everyone's voices represented and the needs met for everyone. I think got a lot of folks excited there. And then I just wanted to bring up the baby calves. This was the first time I ever got to feed a baby calf at the event center at the fair as well. It was amazing, and my legate Ali Chan was there as well, and almost got knocked over by a little baby calf, but stood her ground, and Dana protected her. So that was just another beautiful memory made at the fair. So thank you, Dana.
Absolutely. Yeah, they're one of my favorite attractions, and I thank our pony rides for bringing them out of Tulare. So, and again, the feasibility study is such an important, that property was such a gift by the state of California to this county. And really, I think, with the vision of the supervisors, can take it into really the next millennium of what all it can be. And so it's just a very exciting process. So thank you very much for caring about the facility as much as you all do.
Hey, Dana, I just really want to thank you. How many years have you been with us?
Almost 20.
Almost 20. And I think the work that you've done in sort of identifying opportunities through federal funding, in addition to really working on a private partnership, I think it really has expanded the event center. I think most importantly to me is your relationship with the Cal Palace CEO. I think we've really developed an incredibly rich relationship, and because of the relationship that you've had with the CEO and the board of directors, we've been able to do things on that site that really have a positive effect, whether it's serving thousands of meals in one time, like the earthquake that you mentioned, we're on the San Andreas Fault, and the animal evacuation, the ability to evacuate animals at this Cal Palace location. I think because of your partnership and your experience, we would have never done that without you. And so from that personal perspective, a North County perspective, I'm grateful, and so are many others. So thank you. Do we have any public? Oh, yes.
I just want to thank you on behalf of my Coastside residents for your commitment to agriculture. And also, I know we talk about earthquake, but in the event that someday we might have a wildfire event, to have a place the care, and I know the pride that you take and the improvements you're making to take care of people should they need to be housed there is really exceptional. So thank you for that.
Thank you. It's actually an honor and a privilege, so thank you.
All right. Public comment.
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, but I'll go ahead and ask for comments now on Zoom. We have one hand raised for Sabrina. Sabrina, please unmute. And there's a couple hands now coming up. So if you'd like, I can make a final call at this time.
Sure.
Those on Zoom, please go ahead and raise your hand now for a final call for this item, item 5, for the event center budget. Final call has been made. And the last call speaker will be Michelle Stevens as the 4th speaker. Sabrina, please go ahead.
I come to you as one of the people, Surrey jurors, who hold all political power. The event center parking lot provided storage for pandemic supplies and protective equipment, but $3 million was rained upon and thrown away. How do you justify such negligence? And then ask for more funds? How do you justify profit on your balance sheet? And who are the beneficiaries of the homeless shelters? Because California Constitution, Article 1, Section 7, Section B, a citizen or class of citizens may not be granted privileges or immunities not granted in the same terms to all citizens. Privileges and immunities granted by the legislature may be altered or revoked. So my question is who is benefiting, since Supervisor Corzo has not been truthful in the past where her programs were benefiting a specific group and people?
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I forgot to mention, I didn't realize that we were under the county executive report. We're going to do 30 seconds for public comment. I want to remain consistent. I had done that last time. I apologize to the speaker for giving a minute and to the other speakers. So that would be from item 6 to item 15. So if we could start the timer at 30 seconds. Thank you.
Sure, Mr. President. Next we have Sid Young, followed by Bruce. Sid, please unmute and begin.
Oh, geez. Did I lose you or are you there?
You're there,
You're here.
Sid.
Oh, good. My screen went blank. Okay, 30 seconds, starting now. I just used to be a volunteer for 4-H. Also, I was a member of the second garden club in San Mateo County, which met at the San Mateo County Garden Center. And we had a vibrant thing when it was in the summer. Kids get out of school, but they took the fair into June, and that's when families were up for days of if that, but
Thank
the
you,
end of
Sid.
the season, that's when the crops.
Sid, I believe Mr. President is saying that's your time.
Yep.
So, it looks like you've actually muted yourself. So we'll go ahead and go to Bruce. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yeah, I'd actually just like to ask if you could show where the authority is to cut the speaking time down to 30 seconds. Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
Okay.
Next.
And our last speaker, Michelle Stevens, please unmute and begin.
Hello, Board. I would just like to remind you once again, you do not have the constitutional right to bully somebody into a set time. You do not have the constitutional right not to address the RIA grievance that's been given to you. You are breaking your oath. You are breaking the constitutions. Please reconsider your actions. Think about it. Pray about it. And redirect yourself.
Thank you. And Mr. President, that concludes public comment.
All right. This is an action item to adopt a resolution. There's a motion to adopt the resolution.
So move.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much, Dana.
Thank you.
The next 7 items are Measure K items. District discretionary grants sponsored by the 2nd District. We'll start with item 6, which is a resolution authorizing the grant not to exceed $10,000 to Foster City Village for inspiring aging through home safety and emergency preparedness for seniors. Supervisor Corzo.
President Canepa, I'd actually like to request that we amend the agenda to hear items 13 and 17 first. I understand that some of our coast side residents came from very far to have their agenda items heard, and so I'd like to request that amendment.
Right. Through the county attorney.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. President. So that would be a motion, if the board were so inclined, to amend the order of agenda such that items 13 and item 17 would be moved immediately prior to item 6.
I'll second that.
Okay.
So that was Supervisor Corzo's motion with Supervisor
All right,
Mueller's
so
second.
we're going to move item 13 and then item 17. There's a motion. There's a second. Roll call, please.
Sure. Just to be clear, we're only moving 13 and 17, or items 13 through 17?
No, it's 13 and 17.
Thank you. Okay, I'll take the roll call vote. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion
All right.
passes.
So that brings us to item 13. Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, and thank you, Supervisor Corzo. We have guests from Pescadero today. So the town of Pescadero undergoes frequent power outages. In a 2-year period between 2021 and 2022, there were over 400 power outages. The grid in Pescadero is down for 18% of the year. And what that means is that Pescadero Elementary School, which serves 94 children from pre-kindergarten through 5th grade, ages 3 through 10, sits without power for a significant portion of the year. It sits right in the middle of town, so when the many outages occurs, it's guaranteed to hit the school. Now, when this happens, the elementary school either closes or kids and teachers put on their jackets, hats, and mittens and tough it out. And as you know right now, it's quite cold. It's colder on the coast. In the first scenario, in which the school closes, precious learning hours are lost. Parents, nearly all of whom are working parents, scramble to pick up their kids and find emergency childcare for 3 to 10-year-olds. In the second scenario, in which school stays open, but everyone puts on jackets, hats, and mittens, the kids are cold while they're trying to learn, and also distracted by the clothes. It's true that they've been doing this for years, managing without emergency shower, but it's time to make it right. We can't expect good learning outcomes from either lost school days or shivering kids. The measure we have before us today provides funding for emergency power for Pescadero Elementary School so that the stories of trying to take a spelling test while wearing mittens becomes a funny story of the old days and not a reality for 6 and 7-year-olds of today. I'd like to welcome 3 speakers from La Honda Pescadero Unified School District to speak directly to this matter. First, we have Dr. Michelle Ross. Dr. Ross.
Thank you, everyone. Mr. President, members of the board, I am Michelle Ross, the superintendent of La Honda Pescadero Unified School District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of item 13, the Measure K recommendation to fund the Pescadero Elementary School Emergency Power Project. I want to speak from the heart about why this financial support is so important for our students. What we are asking for is not extravagant. It is not a luxury. It is a basic resource, the kind that most school sites across California already have and rarely need to fight for. But small districts like ours live in a very different reality. We stretch every dollar. We make difficult choices that larger districts never have to consider. And too often, our students are asked to make do with less simply because of where they live or the size of our system. This financial support is fundamentally about equity. It is about acknowledging that our students deserve what every other child in this state deserves: a safe, supportive, and well-rounded environment where they can learn and thrive. Our children are just as bright, just as capable, and just as worthy of an investment as students anywhere else, whether in a large urban district or a well-funded suburban one. When we talk about this support, we are talking about fairness. We are affirming that the young people in our community matter just as much as any child across the state. They deserve access to the same tools, opportunities, and basic supports that others take for granted. This funding allows us to bridge the gap to finally provide our students with what most already have elsewhere. This is not simply a financial conversation. This is a values conversation. It is about who we are as a community and what we believe our children deserve. I'm asking us to stand together for equity, for fairness, and for the belief that our students' potential is worth every effort. This support gives us the chance to do what is right and long overdue, to ensure our students have the essential resources they need to thrive. I want to personally thank Supervisor Mueller for acknowledging the urgency in this matter and bringing it swiftly to the board for action. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And with that, I'd like to go ahead and bring Dr. Cassandra Talbot, principal of Pescadero Elementary Middle School, and also a valuable member of our Peninsula Advisory Committee. Municipal Advisory Committee.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was born and raised in Pescadero. So when I attended school there from preschool all the way through 12th grade, I remember power outages when I was a student. I'm 37 now, so I'm aging myself. I was here, there during the 1998 flood when I was out of school for 2 weeks. And then I was sent to the high school for a modified day. So when I talk about our conditions, I'm not speaking hypothetically, nor am I a new member of the Pescadero area, a lifelong member. And now I see them again now I see those struggles again through the experiences of my students and the teachers. And when the power goes out at Pescadero Elementary, learning doesn't stop because the teachers obviously refuse to let it, and they bear the conditions of flooded streets and rains, but it makes it really hard. Classrooms become very cold quickly. Students remain in their coats, sometimes with hats and gloves on, trying to focus while shivering. And at this point, it's less about how they're able to obtain knowledge, but more about how they're keeping themselves warm. But our teachers push through anyways, and they adapt constantly. They shift lessons, but the dedication has its limits, and children cannot learn when they are physically uncomfortable. Some families even make the difficult choice to keep their children at home. They would rather miss work than send their child to school because they know it's going to be colder than their house is. That means that parents would miss work, not because they don't care about education, but they just really care deeply about how much they have to bundle up their kid that day. And those absences add up, and they represent lost learning time and added strain on families. Emergency backup power wouldn't just keep the lights on, it would help protect learning, attendance, and the belief that school is a safe and reliable place. And our community has been resilient for a long time, but it shouldn't be a requirement for receiving basic education, and our students deserve better. And of course, I thank Ray Mueller for bringing this to the board's attention, and I thank you for the space to speak today. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And then David Marovich, board member, La Honda Pescadero Unified School District.
Hello, thank you for your time. My name's Dave Myrovich. I'm a board member, as Ray just said. I had an experience last Sunday that kind of illustrates what happens. We had a board meeting in our district office, and it was a very cold morning, and we turned the heater on because it was very cold, but it was also a very loud heater, so we turned that heater off. And it started getting cold very quickly, as it would here if we did the same thing. And there we were, very focused, attentive adults paying attention to the conversation. Every last one of us started thinking about how cold we were as soon as it started getting colder. And the longer it went on, the colder we got. So that is no different for a second grader or an educator. And as beyond already feeling that it's a critical absence having emergency power, it just drove home the point to me that as a responsible school board member, there's no reason I don't want us to have that power. So I appreciate all of you considering this. And of course, I always appreciate all of your service to all of our communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And that was not a public member. That's part of the presentation, so there's no timer for him. Dr. Shruti Dabadkar, if you could please join us.
Honorable members of the board, this is so critical to me because when I looked at the data, if you take a 2-year span, 730 days, 400 of those days, these kids are cold because the power goes out. And average power outage is 8 hours in that area. We're not in a third world country. We need to do this.
Thank you. So I really want to extend my gratitude to Dr. Dabadkar, to Adam Ely, our Deputy County Executive, and to Mr. Mencia, who worked with us very hard to try to figure out how to get this done. This is really important, and with that, I'd go ahead and open it to you all for questions. But to be clear for the record, we're asking for a resolution authorizing the Director of the Department of Emergency Management or designee in consultation with the County Attorney to negotiate and execute agreements not to exceed $500,000 in total, including a grant agreement with the La Honda Pescadero Unified School District to complete the Pescadero Elementary School Emergency Power Project.
Are there any comments?
I would just want to say thank you for bringing this. I wonder what is the role of PG&E, and I'm in support of this, but I can recall when the power went out in East Palo Alto multiple times, and PG&E was able to put some of our schools on a special grid so they didn't suffer so many outages. And is that possible here as well?
Well, we'll be addressing that in item 17, which is coming next.
Are there any other comments? Yep.
Just quickly, I want to thank you all for elevating this issue and making sure that all kids in our county have the dignity of being warm and best supported in their ability to learn. And as a former school board member, there are a lot of needs that especially our youngest learners have, and it's important for us to really prioritize what are basic needs and what are nice extras to have. So thank you for elevating this.
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, so we'll take comments from Zoom. I do have one hand raised. Would you like a final call at this time?
Do the final call, yes.
Okay, great. Those on Zoom, this is a final call to raise your hand for this item. So please go ahead and raise your hand at this time. We're on item 15. apologies, item 13. For item 13, final call is made, and our three speakers, Sabrina, Bruce, Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Surrey jurists, who holds all political power. Why not invest in the infrastructure instead of propping up continued failures of the infrastructure? Where's the equity and fairness in the Constitution? Never seen that written anywhere. What I don't see is transparency, because PG&E is a convicted felon, as you remember what happened in San Bruno. Also, with Article 1, Section 7 of the California Constitution, you still cannot make a special class of citizens to be granted certain privileges. It's for everyone. That's what equality is.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
I wasn't done yet, sir. I
Thank you
reclaim
very
my
much.
time.
Thank you. 30 seconds through the clerk.
Okay. Next we have Bruce. Bruce, please unmute. Actually, let me fix this timer because it was reset from prior. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
We might have lost Bruce. Next speaker.
Okay, Bruce. Oh, Bruce, you're there. Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm still looking for my answer from the last question. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Just a reminder that public comment is not a Q&A period, but we do appreciate your feedback. Michelle Stevens, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. I've been listening to this, and let me see if I understand everything correct. Y'all are talking about a school, apparently a small school that doesn't have a lot of kids, and they're needing electricity when the power goes out in case of, storms and stuff like that. But you don't allow gas into the county. How do you propose to heat this said school?
Thank you. And Mr. President, that concludes public comment.
All right, wonderful. Is there a motion, Mr. Mueller?
I'll move it forward.
All right, roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, so that brings us to item 17. And item 17 is to adopt a resolution authorizing the commitment of up to $3 million to match funding to PC. Supervisor Mueller.
Thank you, Supervisor Canepa. So we set the stage in the last item, but now we're not talking just about the kids at Pescadero Elementary School. We're talking about the whole community suffering those power outages together, and what that means to them every time they do. Imagine the lost food. Imagine what happens in this community every time you have this power outage over and over again. And so we actually did meet a couple years ago, now about a year and a half ago, with Patty Poppy of PG&E at Filoli, and talked about the terrible grid we had on the coast. And at the same time, there was wonderful work being done with the county to try to find a place to go ahead and put a microgrid project. And that microgrid project today is in front of you. It will be the largest microgrid project in the state of California. We are so grateful to PCE for stepping forward as a partner to bring this forward with PG&E and the county. And today we have a $3 million ask of this board to commit $3 million in match and funding to Peninsula Clean Energy in fiscal year 2027-2028 for the Pescadero Community Microgrid Project, contingent upon the successful award of the Pacific Gas and Electric Company's microgrid incentive program funding to Peninsula Clean Energy. At this time, I'd like to go ahead and invite Jasneet Sharma, the Director of the Office of Sustainability, to come forward and present, as well as Dr. Shruti Dabadkar. Thank you.
Thank you. President Canepa and Board of Supervisors, I'm Jasneet Sharma, the Director for the County Sustainability Department, and Shruti Dabodkar, our Department of Emergency Management directors here with me. While I'm doing the talking, we wanted to stand up here together because this is an item that, aligns both with the Community Climate Action Plan that the board adopted in 2022 and also the county's emergency preparedness priorities as well. So we really wanted to be here together. Staff from the Department of Emergency Management and Sustainability have been supporting PCE during the project scoping and also provided input on the overall project concept. So again, on behalf of Shruti and myself, I'm just here to introduce the item, but really hand it over to our colleagues from PCE to go through the presentation. And then at the end of that, we're all available to answer any questions you might have. So with that, I will hand it off to Yana Kopichok-Landy. She is the Director of Innovation Strategy with PCE.
Thank you. And before you sit down, Dr. Dabodkar, I didn't mention you, and I should have. Thank you so much for all the resiliency work that you've been doing, including this work.
And I think when you want to move the slide, you can just next slide.
Okay. Thank you very much for having me today. I'm Jana Kopichok-Lande. I'm the Director of Innovation Strategy at Peninsula Clean Energy, the local community choice aggregator, CCA. So next slide, please. I'm really excited to stand in front of you today because we've been working on this for 6 months with both county staff and essential community stakeholders that are going to speak right after me too, Irma Rodriguez-Mitten. And we're talking today about a opportunity for grant funding. It's a public grant funding opportunity provided by Pacific Gas and Electric, PG&E, for so-called community microgrids. There's $14 million in incentives available, but I'm standing in front of you today because if you request those kinds of funds, you won't have a chance to win the funding. The lower the request of funding to PG&E, the higher the chances that the project will be funded. So I'm going to talk you through how we're planning on funding the project and what's the request to the county. But let's first start with what is a community microgrid. Next slide, please. So a community microgrid is, a clean community microgrid is a solar plus battery energy storage project, a large solar system, a large Tesla Megapack or others big battery energy storage system that is connected not to a customer, but to the distribution grid directly. That's very innovative. Doesn't happen a lot in California. As Supervisor Mueller said, there is one single microgrid in California and it's much smaller community microgrid. So in Pescadero, we would site the solar and battery system likely somewhere around the high school. We're discussing with the school if that's an option with the school board. And then when the grid goes down, we would connect to the microgrid and keep the power on for the entire town of Pescadero. And I'm going to talk about a little bit more where the boundaries of that microgrid are in a second. We already talked quite a bit about why, over 400 power outages in 2021 and 2022, long duration outages, average is 8 hours, but there are 2 weeks outages at times. And importantly, this is a clean renewable energy generation project. So this is kind of the extension of the project we just heard about. Diesel backup generators are very essential right now, but hopefully just a stopgap measure for a longer and cleaner solution in the long run, which this would be. Next slide, please. So over the last 6 months, we've gotten a lot of community input that Irma from Ariba South Coast is going to share a little bit more about to really talk about where should this microgrid be located and what are the boundaries. And what we all came to is it basically covers the entire, what's known as the town of Pescadero. This is a map. It's maybe a little bit hard to know if you don't know the area very well, but the important part is that it covers all the critical facilities in this area. It covers the elementary school, the middle school, the high school, the fire station, an NGO called Puente de la Costa Sur, which provides essential services during outages, food distribution, medical services, and various other community centers. It also serves around 100 customers, residential customers, commercial customers, agricultural customers. They would all remain with electricity during those outages, while the macro grid, the larger grid surrounding Pescadero, would be off. And then also folks from areas outside of Pescadero could come into the town to access those essential services. We had to find an important balance between, we wanted to cover everyone and everything, but then the costs were just unreasonable. So as the system is designed right now, that solar and battery system, it would provide 3 days of continuous backup power in the winter months because the load, the usage is higher, and more than 7 days in summer. Next slide, please. So this is a forecasted cost estimate for the system. I'm not going to go through all the different line items, but basically this is the cost to install and develop and maintain and operate that solar and battery system for the duration of 10 years. That's the minimum. We expect that it would easily operate for 20 years, but 10 years is the minimum required by the grant. We're forecasting around $16.5 million. Again, if we were to request something around $14 million from PG&E, we would never win the grant. So PCE's Board of Supervisors just last month approved $10 million of funding from PCE. And we're asking today for $3 million from the county. That would be a total match funding for the grant of $13 million and leaving around 3.5 requests to PG&E, which will be submitted next Tuesday on the 17th. That would make us very competitive. I can't promise anything. It's still a grant funding opportunity, but very competitive. So I'm going to pass it back over to Jasnice for the recommendation.
So actually, we think we wanted to hear from Ms. Rodriguez-Mitten.
Okay, yeah.
If you could please join us.
I'm Irma Rodriguez-Mitten. I'm the founder and executive director of Arriba South Coast. We are a community-based organization that serves Pescadero, Loma Mar, La Honda, and San Gregorio to work on issues of climate infrastructure, economic issues, and environmental justice within the context of our rural unincorporated communities. And I just want to give you a brief background on the origins of this project. First, thank you to Supervisor Mueller for bringing this to the board, and thank you all for your consideration. This project actually originated in January of 2022. We were hit by the first series of PSPS events and other typical winter outages, and it was actually a group of residents in La Honda who started gathering their data and sharing their experiences about how much food was spoiled, interrupted school and work hours, other impacts like that. Arriba then joined these conversations to help explore some solutions, and we had many, many discussions with Pacific Gas and Electric's newly formed microgrid strategy and implementation team. They were then working on the Redwood Coast Airport microgrid in Humboldt County, which is the only other community microgrid. So in late 2023, when PG&E announced that they finally had this microgrid incentive program ready to roll out, Arriba South Coast initiated an eligibility query on behalf of our communities. With PG&E's help, we determined that Pescadero, rather than La Honda, would be a better candidate for the program because we had more potential sites for siting the solar arrays, and that the town, because of its rural nature and threats from wildfire and the very vulnerable grid, met the eligibility criteria of the program. So throughout 2024, Arriba did a lot of pre-development work to engage community stakeholders such as the school district, the Pescadero Community Church, Puente, and many community residents. We conducted online and in-person surveys in English and in Spanish to ask residents how they dealt with power outages, and two concerns consistently rose to the top. It was keeping their kitchen appliances powered so that food didn't spoil, and maintaining communications such as internet and Wi-Fi calling so that they could stay informed. I heard firsthand from one of our platinum-haired elder residents about pushing her fridge across her kitchen because the extension cord from her landlord's generators didn't reach. So every time the power goes out, she pushes her fridge across the kitchen. We also interviewed a number of technical partners that were recommended by PG&E to get a sense of costs. And we sanity checked all of those concepts and that information with objective advisors from places like Santa Clara University, among others. We wanted experts who were not just experts in energy technology, but also in the social, environmental, and economic aspects of resilient infrastructure that we needed for our small community. Through collaboration with the county's sustainability department, in the fall of 2024, we completed an NREL modeling tools course through Arizona State University, and that enabled us to conduct some preliminary visioning about the size, the resiliency, and the financial aspects of 3 different potential microgrid options for Pescadero. So in May 2025, when the next round of the MIP opened and Peninsula Clean Energy approached us with their interest, We could not be more excited. We were ready to share all of this data with them to rapidly get this application put together. So we're confident that this microgrid project that they've designed, from the boundaries, the size, the costs, and the resiliency hours, is the project that we need to protect the heart of our community, our critical facilities, and our vital economic assets from both day-to-day grid instability and the increasingly frequent long-duration power outages that are caused by climate hazards. 4 years after our first conversations with PG&E, Arriba is excited to get to this milestone. We are very grateful for the support of the staff from the County Sustainability Department and Emergency Management, for their encouragement through the pre-development period. We're looking forward to continuing to collaborate with all of the stakeholders, technical advisors, and county staff to move this project forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And so with that, we'll go ahead and welcome back Jasneet and Shruti.
Thank you, Supervisors. If there were any questions at this point, we want to make sure Jana's here as well if there are any technical questions.
So there was one last thing. I wanted to thank Supervisor Spear and Supervisor Gaucher for their votes at PCE to move this project forward as well. Thank you.
All right. Awesome. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have one speaker card from Chambers, and then we can ask for comments on Zoom. Dr. Patrick Horn. And how much time would you like on for public comment, Mr. President?
Seconds.
Okay.
Okay, great.
My name is Dr. Patrick Horn. I'm a longtime resident of Pescadero, a local faith leader, and I serve on the Municipal Advisory Council. I'm here today to personally support this project, which will make the South Coast resilient after a history of frequent and long outages. This energy infrastructure is especially made possible through the work of Irma Rodriguez-Mitten. Thank you. She has diligently explored many opportunities, talked to experts, and built partnerships, especially with Peninsula Clean Energy, for this microgrid. Thank you, Irma. Thank you to the team at Peninsula Clean Energy. Thank you to the honorable members of the supervisors to fund this. Let there be light.
Thank you, Patrick. Are there any other comments?
Not from Chambers, Mr. President, so I'll go ahead and start with comments on Zoom. We do have 3 hands raised at this time, and if you like, I can make a final call now as well. Members on Zoom, please go ahead. This is a final call to raise your hand. We are on item 17, and then I will call the last named speaker. Final call has been made, and the last speaker will be Bruce with 4 hands raised, starting with Sabrina, followed by Michelle Stevens. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Surrey Juris. Why is PG&E, a convicted felon, allowed to do business with the county? They blew up people's homes by negligence. Is this hush money? How does this project impact the rate by ratepayers, AKA subsidies as hidden taxes? Is this setting the groundwork for a 15-minute city? What happens when the sun doesn't shine and to produce enough solar power? What happens more on the coast? There's no such thing as environmental justice in the constitutions. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Michelle Stevens, followed by Nicholas Arridge. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hello. I know that you all feel that by the Constitution, you don't have to answer any of my questions. So maybe you'll just take a suggestion. You're talking about spending all this money. Why not just buy everybody generators? It's not like you're trying to service millions of people. If you're truly wanting to save the county money, and I agree, look at what happened to Texas, but to do all this with all this money, just why not do generators? Thank you. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Thank you.
To you.
Next, Nicholas Arridge, followed by our last speaker, Bruce. Nicholas, please begin.
Good morning, President and members of the board. My name is Nicholas Arridge, and I would like to state my strong support for item 17 on today's agenda. The commitment of matching funds for the Pescadero Community Microgrid Project represents a vital investment in our community. This project is essential for ensuring safety and security in our remote corner of the South Coast. Beyond supporting the downtown area, this microgrid will serve critical infrastructure, including Pescadero Fire Station, the elementary, middle, and high schools, as well as Puente's Resource and Community Health Center. Consequently, this project serves the majority of Pescadero residents in ways that extend far beyond the scope and the grid itself. These are critical facilities. This project goes well beyond the simple convenience of having electricity during a major event. It addresses a fundamental need for the sustainability, safety, and well-being of our community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now our last speaker, Bruce. Please proceed.
Yes, thank you. My name is Bruce Johnson, come as one of the people. You know, your last comment there that this isn't an answer, question and answer session, but I think you have that wrong. You might want to go back into your charter and read, and maybe even read the Constitution. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Mr. President.
All right, Mr. Mueller.
So, and I did want to thank Ms. Rodriguez-Mitten for all her work on this project. And with that, I'd go ahead and move the item forward.
Second.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we just respond to that question? Providing batteries for every residence in Pescadero, there's 100 families. What would that cost?
Well,
and would it be effective?
Well, if I could respond to that.
Yes.
It's not just for Pescadero. And so during the 2023 storms, what I learned was, and with Mr. Ely, I remember going out there so many times. What happens is people from the hillside regions come down, and there's a gathering place. And so you can't, I mean, we'd have to buy generators for the entire unincorporated San Mateo County for the resilience that this project provides the community in whole. And a number of the people who come, frankly, aren't, where they're living isn't always registered, and they're coming for warmth. And so this really is a resilience project for a natural hazard event.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Yes.
Roll call, please.
Yes, we had a motion by Supervisor Mueller, seconded by Supervisor Corzo. So I'll take a roll call vote.
Yep.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Colleagues, it's about 12:35. We're going to break for lunch, but it's going to be a working lunch in terms of our county council. Mr. Niblin.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I'd ask that the board consider then adopting a motion to change the order of agenda such that we'll take closed session prior to taking, I think it's item 6. That's the next item.
I'll move the item.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you so much.
The time is now 12:37 p.m. and the board is recessing to closed session. Mr. President, we can start in about 30 seconds. And the time is now 1:48 p.m., Mr. President. You may call the meeting back to order from closed session with all supervisors present.
I was going to say Supervisor Niblin. County Attorney Niblin, go ahead.
No, there's no way I could carry that load. Thank you. I want to report out of closed session that the board has given authority to initiate legal action on a 3-0 vote with Supervisor Mueller and Supervisor Spear absent. Once the action is formally commenced, in the event that occurs, the action, the defendants, and other particulars shall be disclosed to any person who inquires, unless doing so would jeopardize the county's ability to effectuate service of process or inhibit settlement negotiations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That brings us to item 6. Supervisor Corzo.
Thank you. I am going to try to run through my Measure K request quickly. This item is a resolution authorizing a one-time grant not to exceed $10,000 to Foster City Village for inspired aging through home safety and emergency preparedness for seniors in District 2. This grant will be used to create 40 disaster preparedness kits to households for seniors in Foster City, and they'll be working with the Department of Emergency Management to determine what will go in each bag. And Foster City Village will be partnering with a local hardware store to provide basic home repairs and safety improvements like grab bars, etc. as well. And I respectfully ask for support on this grant.
Was that a motion?
I would like to motion to approve this grant.
Second.
All right, public comment, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. No speaker slips from chambers, so I'll ask those on Zoom now to please provide public comment raised hands for item 6. No hands raised, Mr.
Very
President.
much. Motion second on the table. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 7.
Item 7 is a one-time district discretionary grant for $20,000 to the city of Belmont for a community multipurpose van initiative program which would allow, I don't think we have Bridget Sure here anymore, but she sent a statement in. I'm going to summarize it for the sake of time. They are grateful for the opportunity to receive this grant. This grant will help launch a vital service that directly addresses the needs of Belmont's most vulnerable residents. It will allow the van to be used to engage with residents and bring them to activities and bring activities to them in underserved neighborhoods, and will be used to help older adults maintain their independence and connection to the senior center, and will also be used for emergency preparedness capabilities, including critical evacuation support for residents with limited mobility. I motion to approve
Is there a second?
this item.
Second.
All right. Seeing that there's no public comment, can we have a roll call, please?
Sure. Let me just verify from Zoom. Any roll call, any raised hands in Zoom for this item 7? No hands are raised. I'll go ahead and take the roll call vote. Supervisor Spear? Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 8.
Thank you. Item 8 is a one-time grant in the amount of $62,302 to San Mateo Consolidated Fire Department for disaster communications improvements throughout District 2. This will go to improving communications as well as training. And we don't have a speaker from SMC Fire. The training is actually happening right now as we speak and started yesterday. I was sent a picture by one of our city managers, and I respectfully request support for this grant.
Is that a motion?
Yes, I motion to approve this.
Is there?
Second.
Okay. Seeing no public comment, roll call, please.
Sure. No comments in chambers. I do see one hand in Zoom.
Oh, okay.
I'll take the hand from Sabrina. Sabrina, please unmute and be.
Seconds, please.
Sure, Mr. President. Let me grab the timer and adjust for 30 seconds. And Sabrina, please go ahead, and I can make a final call also at this time. There was a second hand that came up, and that will be Bruce, and that will be the final speaker. Sabrina, please proceed.
I come as one of the people who hold all, Surrey jurists who hold all political power. I'm just kind of wondering about the private partnerships that you guys are instituting. This is a lot of money going for the fire district. Maybe it should be put towards your voters. Again, this is just another expenditure that you're just rubber stamping through. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bruce.
Thank you. Bruce, please proceed.
Yes, this is Bruce, one of the people. And, geez, I don't even know where to start. It seems like you guys have got to create something new, something that's already established. Isn't this something that's already covered in the budget? Training? Isn't training already covered in the budget? And I'll end it there.
Thank
Okay,
you.
there's a motion, there's a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 9.
Thank you. This item is a grant to Sonrisas Dental Health to provide dental care for underserved children and youth. And we do have Tiffany Turner, the new CEO of Sonrisas Dental Health, here to share a bit about Sonrisas. Welcome, Tiffany.
Thank you. Hi, and good afternoon. Thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Tiffany Turner, and I am honored to be serving as the CEO of Sonrisas Dental Health. I've dedicated more than a decade to community-based oral health, building programs that ensure children and families who face the greatest barriers still have access to dental care. At Sonrisas, our mission is to make sure that every child and adult has access to a dental home. We have a clinic in Half Moon Bay as well as San Mateo, the city, and we are in about 30 schools across San Mateo County. Measure K funding directly supports my passion as well as the mission of Sonrisas, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to share how this investment strengthens the work in San Mateo County. Our overarching goal is to screen over 4,000 kiddos annually across San Mateo County within the school districts. We have a strong emphasis on Title I schools, English language learners, and families experiencing economic hardship. We know that this is important because 42% of children in priority schools have untreated decay. That's compared to 16% in more affluent schools. And Sonrisas provides over 60% of the school screenings in San Mateo County. With this grant, we are committed to delivering the following outcomes: provide oral health screenings to kiddos TK to 2nd grade, distribute oral health kits and education to reinforce healthy habits, provide care coordination through our community health workers, and meet the state-mandated kindergarten oral health assessment for our kindergartners. This funding will help us achieve these outcomes and ensure that we can be present in schools and support families directly. And at the time, with all of the Medi-Cal cuts for dental and access challenges are growing, this funding is more important than ever. It allows us to treat families and kiddos who are most at risk. It allows us to close the gaps and ensure that no child's ability to eat, play, sleep, or learn is compromised because of untreated decay. So thank you for supporting our work and for partnering with us as we build a healthier future for children in San Mateo County.
I have a question.
Thank you. Supervisor Corzo and then Supervisor Spear. Supervisor Corzo?
Oh, I'd just like to make a motion to approve this grant, but I'm happy to take questions.
Okay.
Hi. Thank you and welcome. We had a contract with Sonrisas with the county hospital system, which was, I guess, canceled because of a form of billing that was inappropriate at the time. Has that contract been re-established, or where are we in that?
So what you're talking about, that happened before I was with Sonrisas, but we do not have the contract with the county at this time, but we are in talks so that we could possibly renegotiate.
All right, thank you.
Second.
Mr. President, yes, we don't have any comments from chambers. I do see 2 hands raised in Zoom, and I can go ahead and make a final call at this time. Final call in Zoom to raise for public comment on item 9. Final call has been made. The last 2 speakers, Michelle Stevens and Sabrina. Michelle, please unmute and begin.
Hi. I come to you once again. I was just wondering, with these, this thing's going on, you want to get dental help for the children. These children that are coming in for this dental help, are these just the children that are in San Mateo County? Or are these also the children that the NGOs brought over? Because to my understanding, the NGOs were paid to take care of these children. So why is tax dollars going towards dental care and health care when
Bruce?
tax dollars already went to.
All right.
Thank you.
Please, through the clerk, we have a strict time limit. Let's cut them off, please. Thank you.
And next we have Michelle Stevens. I'm sorry, not Michelle Stevens. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yes, I was wondering why y'all feel like this is your responsibility and job to do and not the parents at home. I'll land it there. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Bruce. There's a motion, there's a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Sure. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 10?
Thank you. Item 10 is a grant to El Concilio of San Mateo County, and this grant is for a climate-ready course training to develop community leaders in North Central San Mateo. The program empowers community ambassadors to lead on environmental issues, increases underrepresented community participation in advocacy, and develops workforce pathways for leaders in our community. And we don't have a speaker for this grant today, but so I would respectfully request this grant be approved.
Is that a motion?
Yes, that's a motion.
Second, public comment. I don't see anything virtually or anything in the chambers or.
I do see one comment, hand raised in Zoom for Sabrina. I can,
That's our last call. Thank you.
last call at this time. 2 hands, last call and final call. Sabrina and Bruce will be the last speaker. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Surrey Juris. I'm noticing that this particular article is going to a specific class of citizen, which is violations of the California Constitution, Article 1, Section 7. Also, California Article 3, Section 6 demands that you promote the English language, and this obviously doesn't. Thank you.
Okay,
Thank you.
Next
We'll now
speaker.
go. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Yeah, I'm going to withdraw on this one. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Bruce. Next speaker.
And that was the end of public comment, Mr. President.
Thank you, Bruce. We have a motion. We have a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Not voting.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Item 11.
Thank you. This item is a one-time grant for Hispanic Foundation of Silicon Valley for their Latinos in Technology Parent Education Academy in District 2. This program will fund workshops that will equip over 300 parents to support their children's education, navigate school systems, and understand the value of STEM coursework. And we'll be in partnership with Title I schools. And with that, I motion to approve this item.
Is there a second? Okay, thank you, Supervisor. Public comment.
I don't have any speaker cards from chambers. Those in Zoom, please raise your hand to comment. With a final call at this time. Final call made, and 3 speakers are Sabrina, Rita, and Ivan. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Surrey Juris. Again, Supervisor Carzo is violating the California Constitution, which he swore an oath to uphold. Article 1, Section 7, a citizen or a class of citizens may not be granted privileges or immunities not granted the same terms to all citizens. And again, English is the official language of the state in the California
Next
Constitution.
speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Rita, please unmute and begin.
Hi, yes, good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Rita Escajadillo. I am with the Parent Institute for Quality Education, PIQUE. I am here in support of the agenda item number 11. Our partnership with Hispanic Foundation of Silicon Valley has been instrumental in increasing access to education, resources, and opportunities for families in San Mateo County. Through our collaboration, we are seeing families more engaged, more informed, and more empowered. Thank you to Hispanic Foundation.
Thank you. Now our last speaker, Ivan Ponce. Please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon, supervisors. My name is Ivan Ponce, and I'm with the Parent Institute for Quality Education, PIQUE. I'm here in support of agenda item number 11. Our partnership with Hispanic Foundation of Silicon Valley has strengthened parent leadership, increased student engagement in STEM, and supported families across San Mateo County. Last year, we jointly served hundreds of families through programs that promote student achievement and family empowerment. We appreciate the county's consideration and respectfully encourage your support. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Mr. President.
Thank you so much. There's a motion, there's a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
That brings us to item 12.
Okay, last but not least, this request is for the amount of $31,200 to Satique Counseling Center to fund a bilingual counselor for the Batterer Intervention Program. And we have the Executive Director, Carrie Kirby, here to share about this really important work that is necessary to break cycles of violence in our community. Carrie, thank you so much for your patience.
I'm going to be quick. Our program teaches folks the skills they need to work through their anger and end their violence. Our programming examines belief systems, gender roles, socialization, the nature of violence, the dynamics of power and control, and the effects of abuse on children and others. Participants come to Satique and they learn new nonviolent ways to engage with others. Last year, we treated 73 unduplicated clients. In this program, we offer everything we do in English and Spanish, and we worked on this issue for about 5,000 therapy hours last year, and we went from 4 certified counselors to 16 advanced certified counselors, and we look forward to continuing to do this work alongside you all. Thank you.
Thank you, Carrie. Oh, I'd like to motion to approve this agenda item.
Second.
Is there a second?
And I'll check for public.
Gaucher, is there anyone virtually?
Yes, Mr. President, we do have 4 hands raised at this time, and I can make a final call also for public comment. Final call has been made. And our 4 speakers, Sabrina Bruce, Michelle Stevens, and Sandy M. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
Again, I come as one of the people, Suri Juris, who holds all political power. This is another grant that is violating Article 1, Section 7, that is granting a special privilege to a class of citizens. And Supervisor Corzo, you seem to have a problem with this. You are
Okay.
violating your oath of office. Thank you.
All right, next speaker.
Thank you. Bruce, please unmute and begin.
Supervisors, thank you. Today's agenda reflects a growing and unlawful trend, the replacement of statutory authority with ideological filters. Your own Measure K retreat materials show an equity lens imposed over every decision, not by vote of the people, not by constitutional amendment, by administrative decree. When public funds are allocated through ideological criteria such as equity, innovation, or historically underserved rather than through legal necessity, transparency, measurable
Thank you.
outcomes,
Next speaker.
policy becomes preference.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Michelle Stevens, please unmute and begin.
Hello. Thank you once again for letting me speak. I'm going to come with you once again as, you know, a child in Christ. You've got plenty of people that have brought out Constitution after Constitution after Constitution. So I'm here to plead with you this evening, go home and look them up and make sure that you are keeping your oath, your promises.
Thank you.
Thank you. And our last speaker, Sandy M., please unmute and begin.
Yes, hello again. This is Sandy, one of We the People. And I'm just, I'm noticing that these are a lot of programs that are teaching programs, and lots of money is going towards that. And, you know, I would hope that you would teach more of the Constitution in these programs, because it's empowering. And for people to empower themselves and know the power is with the people, they will hopefully get themselves out of being dependent on these programs. Thank you.
Thank you. That concludes public comment, Mr. President. And we do have a motion on the floor. I can take a roll call vote.
Before we take a vote, I wanted to just add one thing. And Carrie, maybe you can help me elevate this reality a little bit more for everyone that's listening in. something that struck me about the services that Satique provides is that regardless of what income level, a lot of these services are court mandated, but there is an issue where regardless of what a person's income level is, even if they are able and have significant income, these services actually have a really, really low cost. And Carrie, maybe you can help me explain why that is, but I think it's something worth our board being aware of so that we can think about it as we try to provide more rehabilitative services. Sorry for putting you on the spot, but I want to take the opportunity.
Folks that come to this program are sent to us either through Child Protective Services or probation or a combination of both. And to actually get off their 2-year mandatory probation, part of their restitution is paying for the services that they actually engage in. But most of these folks also struggle with low income, so we provide a sliding scale fee as low as $5 as up to $90 a session. And based on your gross monthly income, you sort of fall within that. And during your time with us, we understand that circumstances change. If you've lost your job or lost hours, you can come back to us and request a financial assessment. We'll work with you to extend your payment plan. But we don't want people's inability to pay for their service to be the reason they go to jail. And because we have been a recipient of Measure K funds, we have been able to not raise our costs for the past 2 years. So our clients are not incurring this. The county is supporting us so we can pay our staff so that we can continue to get through these tough times.
Thank you. So actually, I think what I was trying to elevate was more on the other end, that there are some very wealthy clients of Satique who pay very little for services that they maybe should be paying more for. I feel like we've talked about that a little bit, so if you want to elaborate on that piece a little bit more.
Yes, the highest point on the scale is $90 per hour. If you seek services outside of that at Kaiser, you know the going rate is about $350 to $400. So we are charging a significantly small portion, and there may be opportunity to do that. We just want to make sure we do that in a way that is responsible and meets the needs of all residents. So I'd be happy to look at that in more detail.
Thank you, Supervisor Spear.
I have another question.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you also a grantee of the county? You do have a contract with the county, or do you?
We
not?
do, yes.
And how much is that for?
$640,000, give or take.
$640,000.
Mm-hmm. That is for drug Medi-Cal, separate program.
Separate program. Okay, thanks.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa. Motion passes.
Colleagues, this now brings us to item 4. As you recall, we've taken item 13. Colleagues, I'm going to move forward with a continuance to this item to the next Board of Supervisors meeting in the second week of January. So I'm asking for a continuance. Is there a second?
Is that the 14th,
Item 14?
Correct. Okay. Great. Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes to continue the item.
Okay, this will bring us to item 15. We'll facilitate a reorganization of the County Executive's Office, and is brought to us by CEO Callaghy. Specifically, it's a resolution amending the master salary resolution to add 1 position and delete 2 positions, one which is vacant, and to confirm Justin Mates and Adam Ely as Assistant County Executives, as well as Rocio Kirsten and Nicholas Calderon as Deputy County Executives. Mr. Callaghy.
Thank you so much. It's bittersweet losing Ileana today, but I got to tell you, I am so excited about the future in the reorganization of my office, in the elevating of some incredible public servants to higher roles and new roles. So just very quickly, you've seen the memo. I'm very excited that Justin Mates will be an assistant county executive, or I'm proposing. And he'll step into the footsteps of really Ileana. They've been working together very closely on housing and human services and health, some of our biggest departments, and certainly he will become the new czar of homelessness, ending homelessness. And we're going to look at it from various aspects, including those coming out of jail, and trying to get them housed. but really trying to drive those numbers down more than even where we're at today to beyond functional zero, which we're at today. So very, very excited about that. Adam Ely will be proposing to move him to assistant county executive also. So he'll retain his portfolio in the criminal justice system, but I'm also adding to him human resources, planning and building, public works, real property, technology services, and media. So he's going to have his hands full with all of those various departments and certainly retaining all that goes on in criminal justice. I'm also very excited that this will be the first time that we've ever done this, and that is to have a dedicated deputy county executive in the unincorporated areas, specifically the coast, to look at all the issues on the coast and in North Fair Oaks and in unincorporated Colma and Broadmoor, to really bring a different lens to those areas on all the needs that occur out there. And we'll be coming back to the board and asking for some specific funding for CRISP on the coast and other areas of the county to really make sure that we are providing equal service across the board to all our residents and a lot of needs out there. In addition, Nicholas will have community affairs and Department of Emergency Management and Parks, and really look at fire mitigation and all those other things that go with that. So very exciting to move Nicholas up from county parks to a deputy county manager. He has earned that right to move up. I asked him when he took parks, I said, you're not going to go anywhere for 5 years. These are the things I want you to do. He exceeded everything I asked him to do in parks and has really distinguished himself as a leader in this county. And then the last appointment would be Rocio Kirkson, who's no stranger to any of us as director of HR. She has done a wonderful, wonderful job. And as you will recall, started in the county, then county manager's office at the tender age of 17, and she has come full circle back to a major leadership role in this county, worked her way up through this organization, and should be really an inspiration to all young women out there. To show that you can succeed and break the glass ceiling, and she has done a wonderful job at that. Rocio is going to get most of the elected departments, including along with First Five and LAFCA. But what I'm really excited about is she's going to be working on special projects for us, namely a children's master plan that will look out for 10 years and really spend the next year working with experts in the field to look at every aspect of the young lives and make sure that we address those and invest in those holistically and have this plan that we can refer back to with specific goals of what we want to achieve. I'm very, very excited about that, and certainly be working on the child care strategic plan. And one of the other big initiatives that I want to undertake, and it involves the entire county, is our customer service policy. I really want us to focus on customer service so everyone believes that they are getting the benefit of their tax dollars every time they interact with us on any level. I want to include exit surveys and really get real life feedback from folks and have solid policies on how we return phone calls and emails and how we interact with the public and really set our expectations, because every time our employees talk, they're talking for all of you, and they're talking certainly for me. So they do a wonderful job. We just want to make sure that we solidify our expectations. This is a glimpse into the future for San Mateo County. And I can't tell you how excited I really am to get started on all these different initiatives and really fulfilling what the board, what your vision is, and into the future. And I know these next several years are going to be extremely productive. So I'm going to be asking my staff to take a little break at the holidays, get rested up, and then we're going to jump on the treadmill and speed it up for next year. So thank you, the board members, for considering these changes to my office.
Sounds like a plan. Congratulations to everyone. Are there any comments from the board? All right, seeing none, may I take a motion?
I think you were going to say congratulations.
Congratulations to all of you, and I'll make a motion.
I do too.
Okay.
I want to say congratulations to all of you. You're all very deserving, And I wanted to say last week I had an event on the coast side, and I shared the plan with respect to the coast side, and the audience roared with applause, which I did not expect, frankly. I thought I was just telling them something. So it was a cool moment, a really, really great thing. So thank you.
And I'm just looking at Nick. Don't forget North Fair Oaks when we talk about unincorporated area. And I'm so excited to see the customer service focus coming at the beginning. One of the books that I've read is The Secrets of the Mouse. I'm a Disney fan, but they have a whole plan where you feel once you get into the park, you know you're into the park and everybody treats you a certain way. And I think that's where we want to get to, where everybody feels respected and heard when they're working with San Mateo County. So really, really excited about these next steps.
I want to thank each of you for everything you've done. I'm excited for this reorg and the even more talent that it will unlock as you all are faced with new challenges and new opportunities to serve the county. And thank you, Mike, for really making sure our residents and how they experience services from the county at the forefront as well. So congrats.
There's a motion. Was there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, so at this time I'll ask those on Zoom to click raise hand for comments on item 15. No hands raised, Mr. President.
Can you say that again?
No hands.
Okay.
are-
All
no
right.
hands.
Roll call, please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller? Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Congratulations to you all. Let's give them a round of applause. That brings us to item 16. And item 16 is authorizing and directing the President of the Board of Supervisors, the Board of Supervisors designee to sign and transmit to the Office of the Attorney General a letter requesting inclusion of conditions regarding Scene Coast Side and the County of San Mateo and any settlement of litigation with AHMC Scene Medical Center. This is brought to us by Supervisor Mueller and Supervisor Spear.
Thank you. So we basically we put this letter through County Counsel's office. This is relating to the litigation that's taking place between the Attorney General and AHMC Seton regarding the Coastside Emergency Room. Well, frankly, and its closure. And what's happened is we are now in December of 2025. The emergency room has been closed now for the duration of the time period that it was required to be open pursuant to the Attorney General's original approval of the sale. And so what we're asking is the state to toll. We're just asking the Attorney General to please make sure that these conditions are met, including the tolling for the amount of time that the emergency room was closed. Pretty straightforward. If the president would prefer not to sign it, I'm happy to sign it, or if some designee of the board sign it. But I'd like this to go to the Attorney General to hold the position.
Great. Thank you very much, Supervisor Spear.
We gave AHMC $11 million for seismic retrofit with the understanding that they would maintain an ER on the coast, among other things. In my opinion, they have been a bad actor. It does not take over a year to repair the ER in Half Moon Bay, and it remains closed today. It's a great loss to the residents on the coast, and I'm deeply troubled by AHMC's reluctance to do what they had committed to do.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. No speaker slips from chambers, so I'll ask those on Zoom now. Please click raise hand to comment for this item 16. 2 hands are raised, so I'll make a final call at this time. Final call has been made. And the last 3 speakers, Sabrina, Connie Wu, and Sandy M. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Surrey jurists. I just wonder about these lawsuits because you tend to put all these lawsuits behind closed sessions, which the people have the right to view and be a part of the public business and the public's and the government's work. Your probably overburdening the systems and most of the companies that are leaving the state because of overburden and tax regulations. Also, I'm glad you had the last laugh on that last comment because those people will probably be your replacements. Merry Christmas.
Why don't we take Sandy? My understanding is Connie Wu is with AHMC, so we'll take Sandy, and then I'll allocate 5 minutes to Connie Wu from Scene Medical Center, their counsel. Sabrina, or is it?
Great, I'll take Sandy now. Sandy, please unmute and begin.
Oh, hi, this is Sandy again, one of We the People, not Sabrina. Although I am.
I'm sorry, Sandy. Forgive me.
Oh, no worries. It's fine. People make mistakes. No, I'm just echoing Sabrina's concerns. I think she made some valid points, and maybe that's why you were thinking of her somehow. Anyways, thank you.
Do you want an additional 5 seconds, or are you good? I interrupted you.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
All right. Why don't we set the timer for 5 minutes, and we have a representative from AHMC, Connie Wu. Miss Wu.
Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to address the letter. AHMC would urge this board not to send this letter. I do think that it has multiple premises that probably stem from misunderstanding of the sort of facts on the ground. The letter alleges that the closure was due to circumstances of our own making, and that is simply not true. I think that there were a lot of facts that maybe have not been as widely shared because our outside attorneys have advised against doing so during active litigation. But it sounds like this is a point where being more transparent might help the board understand why the hospital had to close and still remains closed today. The Coastside facility, in particular, the Coastside Standby Emergency Department, was required to shut down because of the storm damages that occurred starting from winter 22 to 23 and then exacerbated in winter of 23 to 24. And I'm sure no one needs a reminder of how bad those storms were in terms of the state and country having to declare national states and states of emergency as a result. The damage was so bad, we initially tried to isolate the damage and tried to do repairs while parts of the building were open. But as the onion layers got peeled back, the hospital realized just how bad the damage was. And at one point, a very critical piece of equipment, the HVAC system of the building, upon further inspection was determined to be not producing clean air. And there were Cal OSHA complaints to CDPH, to the Board of Pharmacy. It got to a point where during the blackouts, we were having to park an ambulance outside of the hospital just in case there were any emergencies. EMS actually forced us to evacuate certain patients. And when we determined that we could not safely occupy the building anymore, we were forced to close it and did so under the supervision and approval of CDPH and all the other regulatory agencies. So why are we still closed after over a year? And does it really take over a year to rebuild an emergency department? And it may not be apparent to everyone, but there are at least 19 regulatory bodies that have jurisdiction over whether or not we can reopen. There was an attempt by us at no one's requirement, but because AHMC was trying to be a good actor, tried and did construct a temporary standby emergency department in the hopes that we could get regulatory approval to open that in advance of the rest of the building while the ongoing repairs were going on. Unfortunately, after many months of negotiations and attempts, and after we've actually built out the facilities, as those of you who have attended the tour were actually able to see, and I'm talking about a temporary standby ED having been constructed in addition to the original standby ED that is currently being repaired. That facility, unfortunately, CDPH has informed us as of last month that they cannot approve that to be opened in advance of the rest of the building. We asked for a walkthrough to see if there was anything that could be done in order to expedite that or gain approval, and unfortunately, they determined they were unable to do that as well. The HVAC system is something that I think that you've heard a little bit about from other presentations earlier today. In constructing a new HVAC system, it had to be designed, permitted, custom fabricated. It's not something that you can order parts readily for. And in order to comply with new regulations, including AB 2511, which requires the alternative source of power for patient safety, we spent 9 months trying to get permitted by 3 regulatory bodies, just the backup generator and its fuel tanks. Now, in the interim, did we say, we're going to stay closed until we get that figured out? No, we have worked with various regulators to allow us to rent a temporary generator and give assurances that we could try to work with that until the final HVAC, or rather the final diesel backup generator is done. But then we found out that we have a fire hydrant project that we have to do. And that is a first-time requirement, never before imposed, that caused a 6-month delay because we had to, for the first time, trench 3 miles of water piping. We had to bring in civil engineers and do soil testing, and then water utility had things to say. And so I hope that you will all give us an opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Wu.
Thank you.
Are there any questions for Ms. Wu?
I do.
Yes.
Ms. Wu, will AHMC agree to toll the obligation time period to keep the ER open for the time period it has been closed?
At this time, I can't speak to that because we are actively engaged in confidential negotiations with the Attorney General's office. And so it is part of a much larger, complicated settlement package that I can't discuss at this time because of the ongoing nature of those discussions.
All right, at this item of time, I'm going to move the item forward. Do I have a second?
Do we have any public comment?
Thank you,
We
Mr.
took
President. We took public comment.
I do have some comments.
Congresswoman Spears seconded the motion.
Yeah, I have comments, and I'm going to make them. Thank you. We can all agree that the Board of Supervisors and communities seeing COSIDE serves want COSIDE standby ED to be reopened ASAP in a safe manner with all necessary permits and licenses in order. The question today is how the proposed letter to the Attorney General's office advances that shared goal. In my view, this letter would do the opposite. The way I see it, there are 2 issues with the letter. 1, its accuracy, and 2, its timing. Allegations that AHMC has violated its contractual obligation with the county. This is a very serious allegation, and we cannot make it so lightly without far more through legal analysis. At the very least, the issue is not cut and dry. The $10 million provided to AHMC was for the express purpose stated in the title of the agreement: financial support for seismic upgrades at AHMC Seton Medical Center in Daly City. There is no dispute that's exactly how they spent the money. In fact, the county's $10 million only funded a portion of the over $72 million AHMC spent on seismic upgrades. Second, the language in the letter that emergency services were promised until 2027 was actually removed from the agreement and the subsequent amendment executed in May 2022. So I think there's a problem with making these kinds of accusations in the letter. To the extent that any contractual violation is based on tying the agreement to compliance with the AG commissions, demanding a tolling agreement also strikes me as inappropriate because our agreement with AHMC was premised on seismic upgrades, which they in fact completed, and not to the continuing hospital services referenced in the AG conditions. COSIDE's temporary closure and suspension of certain services was caused by a devastating storm damage across 2 winters that made it impossible for COSIDE to make do as the water damage got worse and worse with each storm that hit. Let's not forget, multiple trees pierced the COSIDE roof, which allowed so much water in so many places that the building is practically being rebuilt. The temporary closure was caused by acts of God. And whatever people may think about the AG's case, you have to acknowledge the AG's lawsuit is the first of its kind to try to hold a hospital system accountable for forces of nature like this. I have not seen any evidence that AHMC caused delay on its own making, and to say that in the letter will only harm our relationship with AHMC. I'm not inclined to do that because they're the first owner in the hospital's history that has ever made this kind of huge financial investment into Seton. I personally seen the hospital change ownership 3 times. And colleagues, make no mistake about it. Santa Clara County, they've bought in hospitals. This is a community hospital that serves working class people. It's not Mills Peninsula. It's not Stanford. It's in the northern end of the county where poor people receive services. The reason why Seton has gone through 3 owners, to be quite frank with you, is because it serves poor people. And I want to give you some examples of what other counties have done. Alameda County purchased St. Rose in Hayward. The reason they purchased St. Rose in Hayward, because the hospital can no longer be operated. Serving people with limited income or no income is virtually impossible. Measure A in Santa Clara County was passed. The reason Measure A in Santa Clara County was passed is because the hospitals, there were 3 of them that were bought by the county. And the reason they were bought by the county was to make sure that they could take care of poor people. This letter concerns me, and it concerns me on multiple levels. What we're doing today is not working with AHMC. It's not working with the Attorney General. What it's basically doing is taking money from a hospital that needs it. And it's not COSIDE. It's meant for Seton Medical Center. And I take issue with that because it's my district. And I take issue that North San Mateo County continues to be forgotten in conversations. My understanding is several local council members and leaders, and at least one supervisor on the board, have received tours of the repairs and rebuild at COSIDE. I haven't heard a single negative review from anyone that's taken the time to witness the progress being made. Everyone has been impressed with how much has been done into the repairs and has left with greater understanding of the tremendous magnitude of the storm damage that occurred and the regulatory hurdles that are being imposed on Seton that prevent them from reopening to this day. I encourage everyone to visit the site. It is pretty remarkable. And it's not just from an elected official, it's from our staff who visited. Some of you might be surprised to hear that AHMC tried to go above and beyond to make emergency service available sooner by building out what they hoped would be approved as a temporary standby ED. Those that attended the tour saw that through their own eyes, both repairs to the damaged ED as well as the temporary ED space Seton built out. Seton tried to get regulatory approval to open it before the rest of the building to serve the community as soon as possible. Let me say that again. Seton tried to get regulatory approval to open it before the rest of the building to serve the community as soon as possible. Unfortunately, CDPH concluded last month it cannot approve it without the rest of the ancillary ED services being up and running as well, which means they cannot legally reopen the standby ED until the rest of the building can be reopened. My next point in the timing of the letter is that there's no reason to send this letter now before we have fully vetted the bold legal accusations we would be making and requesting the AG to do on our own behalf, which frankly, I don't see how the AG legally can or should even make on the county's behalf. In speaking to AHMC, I know they're at the very beginning stages of the settlement discussions, so there's no urgency to send this letter now. I suggest that we wait until a juncture where we have a more strategic impact on any settlement outcome, and when we had a chance to get the facts and legal arguments straight. I think this board and future boards has a little bit of an issue, and I think the issue is clearly this, and it's not what we're talking about. What we're talking about is we have a hospital in the northern end of the district. There's 2 things I think that can happen, 3. 1, the county acquires the hospital, This is all about patient access, and I know here in San Mateo County, we value health access. Two, I think entering in some sort of agreement where we're able to help subsidize the services that are currently there or expanded. I am really, really worried with this letter, and I'm worried because it affects my constituents and the people who receive access to care. I just think this is just the wrong thing to morally do. I understand that you want the ED open, but I think there's a better approach to doing that. And I think doing it this way, I think sends the wrong message to our partners. And so I know there's a motion and I know there's a second. I don't know if there are additional comments.
I just have so many questions. I'm going to look at Supervisor Mueller. Do you have any comments to what we just heard?
Yeah, I
rebuttal to
mean, we're
that?
not taking money from North Coast side at all. We're just asking. I mean, we asked Connie on the line, would she agree to toll the time period the ER was closed and add that to the time period that it would reopen. She said she's not willing to commit to that right now. It's part of the negotiation taking place with the Attorney General. Those negotiations just started, so it's important for us to put in our positions on what should be a result of those negotiations. And the allegation, the things we asked for basically are within the complaint. We're not asking. So the Attorney General doesn't have to listen to us, but it's just setting out a reasonable position for the coast side. And there's no money being taken away from anybody as a result of, if the Attorney General granted these 4 conditions, there's no money taken away from anybody, except for that AHMC is going to have to put forward the resources to keep the emergency room open to equal to the amount of time they had it closed. Now, it does indicate that there'd be a finding that they were in contractual breach, but it would take further action of this board to decide whether or not they wanted to approve that. And should the first portion be in place, that they're going to keep it open for the amount of time it was told, there's probably very little. I mean, I can't imagine why the board would go ahead and pursue a breach, because they have a specific performance to have to go ahead and complete what they were originally obligated to under the contract. So this letter has been approved by County Council. We ran it through them. County Council signed off on it in terms of what its content was, because we wanted to make sure that obviously because it's a letter to the Attorney General. So at this point, we have a first and second. I'd just like to approve it.
Well, I still have questions because I'm not involved in Daly City nor the coast side as well. So I'm just trying to get a better understanding as I prepare for the vote, and want to have a better understanding of what harm comes to Daly City versus the coast side, or is there harm to either?
I don't see any foreseeable harm to Daly City by this action at all, because there's no immediate effect to Daly City's hospital. This is simply, all this does is put a tolling for the coast side emergency room. And then it says it creates other conditions under which one is declaratory action, and then but there's not actually an impact to Seton Northern Hospital. Is that correct, County Council Niblin?
The letter itself indicates that we would you'd be asking the Attorney General to provide remedies and compliance mechanisms required to meet operational commitments under state-imposed conditions and county agreements, already existing obligations. I think that was the notion, and and as has been noted, a request that the time that the standby emergency room on the coast side has been closed,
John,
that would be told.
Let him finish.
Yeah, John, real quick. I'm sorry, and I'll let you finish. Would you mind, after you're done, I'd like you to read the letter for the public, if you could do that after you're done.
You want me to read this letter out loud?
Yeah,
as it's written?
it's one page.
Well, I was just confirming that's what you wanted me to do.
I would like you to, if you wouldn't mind.
Sure.
And I just wanted to make sure that you had completed your thought on my question.
I think the point I was trying to make, yes, Supervisor, was that I didn't see anything in here that would explicitly require any particular expense that would have an impact in Daly City per se. Again, the notion was an extension of the time that the emergency. To step back a little bit, there was as has been noted, there was a reference to an agreement pursuant to which the county has provided financial support to Seton that was used in connection with seismic work there. And one of the conditions was that the standby emergency department would be there on Coast Side would remain open for a certain period of time. So the notion again was that we just wouldn't lose the time during which the department has been closed, whether it be for weather reasons or other reasons, that we would continue to benefit from the length of time tacked on to the whatever time period or whatever date it is that the standby emergency department opens again. Yes, Supervisor.
So I just wanted to, I find this situation really complex. I think that's fair to say. And I actually have visited Seton Medical Center and took a tour. That being said, while there were areas that I found impressive, I didn't tour every single part of the hospital. And so I wouldn't say that that tour means that there weren't concerning repairs that hadn't been made in a timely manner. I'm not sure. I can't say, essentially. But I do think that there has been plenty of time and opportunity for better communication. Seton Medical Center did enter into a contract with this county, and I do think it's important that the conditions of that contract be upheld. But I'm also unsure about whether this letter will help or hurt that situation at this point. I understand that the letter was drafted with the support of the county attorney, and I guess I have a question in terms of County Attorney Niblin, if you could help me understand. Can you please weigh in on the language in this letter regarding the breach of contract with the county?
Thank you. There's language here that, among other things, that requests that a settlement agreement that the AG might enter into with Seton, an acknowledgement of AHMC's breach of contractual obligations owed to the county. It is the county's view that, let me take a step back. I agree with the proposition, recognizing that it's the board's ultimate, it's the board's letter, and the board ultimately decides whether or not it wants to agree with this characterization, that the closure of the Coast Side standby emergency room runs afoul of the letter of the agreement that we had with AHMC, putting aside for a minute the cause. I mean, again, I understand that the argument's been made that the closure was due to weather. The agreement itself does provide that the standby emergency department was supposed to remain in operation through the end of 2025, I believe is what the agreement said. So I believe that's an accurate and factual statement. I want to be very clear that this is a letter that was prepared for the board's consideration. Our office looked at it to confirm that we didn't think that there was anything in there that was factually erroneous. Whether, it's good or bad policy is ultimately up to you all to decide whether or not you want to send. And some of the characterizations of it are up to you as well. We, again, reviewed it, and we don't believe there's anything in here that is untrue or that's factually inaccurate. So, but as to whether to send it, the characterizations, et cetera, I'd defer to the board as a whole. And anyway, that's what I'll say to that.
Thank you. I'll just add, I'm still, I do think that there should be some level of accountability for the fact that there hasn't been a timely reopening of the emergency room on the Coast Side. I don't know that this is the best way to accomplish that. I don't know that it isn't either. So I think maybe Supervisor Gaucher are both in the same position where we're not really sure how to proceed here, and maybe we just don't have enough information. So I don't know if that's accurate for you as well.
Yeah, that'd be fine if you guys want to abstain and it doesn't pass. I owe it to my residents on the coast who have been without an emergency room for a year and a half, and all we're asking for is that the amount of time that the emergency room was closed, which they were contractually obligated to provide, that amount of time be added to the end so that they have to provide it afterwards. And all of this other stuff about is just like, at the end of the day, I just want my residents to have the emergency room that they were promised.
I appreciate that, and I just hope, I'm ready to vote, but I hope that the conversation will continue with the facility as well. But I'm ready.
Motion on the table.
Thank you. We have a motion by Supervisor Mueller, seconded by Supervisor Spear. Roll call vote. Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
I'm going to abstain.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
No.
Motion passes.
All right. That
So
brings
do
us.
you want to designate if you don't want to sign it, I understand Supervisor Canepa, we can pick a designee to sign it, and as the vice president abstained, we can select someone else to sign it.
Okay,
if that
yeah,
works.
we'll talk about that later. I may want to sign the letter as president, I may not. So with that, what item are we on now?
18.
We are on item 18. Let me give you item 18. Okay, we got Lisa Gaucher, item 18. Supervisor Gaucher.
Thank you. I am bringing forth a request for $800,000 from general funds to support a development at Los Robles, Ronald McNair Schools for our All Sports Hub project. This project brings a long-awaited, high-quality sports and wellness space to East Palo Alto, rooted right in the heart of our community on a sports campus that already serves as a true community hub. This is the very campus that I attended as a child, so it needs an update. The Sports for All Hub will serve more than 800 local students and thousands of families each year, supporting physical health, academic success, and creating space for play, grow, and lead year-round. This is an investment to possibly for our students, families, and community. This project is community-led and community-centered, built through deep partnerships with the Ravenswood School District, the City of East Palo Alto, and the Bay Area Host Committee, and trusted local organizations who have shown up for our community time and time again. With the county's $800,000 investment, we are unlocking additional public and private dollars to bring this vision across the finish line and ensure this facility serves generations to come. At its core, this is a commitment to access and opportunity, making sure East Palo Alto families have access to safe, high-quality facility to learn, play, and thrive right in their own neighborhood. And just as additional comments, football, soccer, and rugby would be played on this field. And when we think about the work that they're doing, there's one team, the Mastodons football, which includes mentoring and mental health support to the community members. And I just want to say there are quite a few professional football players who have come out of our community playing on these fields, so we want to continue to support. I don't know if Will Eager from the Ravenswood School District is online or Hillary Ash from the Bay Area Host Committee, if they're on the line to make comments.
Good afternoon. Can I go ahead and speak? Hillary's not here, but my name is Ruth Shikata. I'm the Vice President of Government and External Affairs for the Bay Area Host Committee. I want to thank everybody. So President Canepa, members of the Board of Supervisors, County Executive Callaghy, thank you for this opportunity to be here. I have a very, very short presentation to give you a little bit of background and context from the Bay Area's Host Committee's perspective, and I'm sure Will Eager is going to speak as well from the Ravenswood School District. But we want to thank you very much for bringing this item forward, especially Supervisor Gaucher. And this field will do a lot for the community. So with the next slide, the Bay Area Host Committee is a 501c6 nonprofit organization. Our mission is to bring mega sporting events into the Bay Area that create both economic impact and social impact. So in our portfolio right now, coming forward, is we'll be having We're working on Super Bowl 60 as well as FIFA World Cup, which will be coming to the Bay Area in the summer of next year. Next slide. So one of our projects initiatives to create social impact and change in the Bay Area using these sporting events is the Sports for All hubs. Each of those hubs our objective is that you can see them on the screen, but basically community-led. We want to make sure that there's play fields that are year-round and that are leadership and capacity building. In the last slide, you saw that we are looking to create these Sports for All hubs throughout the Bay Area, at least one in every county. Next slide. So with the creation of these Sports for All hubs, we look for layered partnerships within the community. So who's a safe space delivery partner, a programming partner, somebody that's going to make sure that the fields are actively used by the neighbors and the students in the area, and community partners. Next slide. So we created only one Sport for All hub right now. It's in San Francisco, and this one at Ravens would be the second. Next slide. So we're talking about East Palo Alto. Next slide. And so this is just a snapshot of the project. This field, Los Robles McNair Academy, borders the Boys and Girls Club. It's been very, very active over the years, and we want to create more opportunities for additional impact, more use on a year-round basis. This is the only football-sized field for the 28,000 residents in the area. Next slide. So with this field, we'd hope for ongoing youth sports programming. The supervisor talked about the Mastodon's youth football program that currently plays on the field. This project is also part of an initiative that is tied to Super Bowl 60. So Commissioner Goodell actually came out to the field just before the groundbreaking to celebrate the start of construction of this field, and that we hope that we will be close to completion of the field that he could come visit as Super Bowl 60 rolls around in February of next year. Okay, next slide. So as I mentioned before, that we look for community partnerships as we build Sports for All fields. This is a snapshot in East Palo Alto of our partners, and the timing of the construction. Like I said, we hope to squeeze it in right before Super Bowl 60 is happening here in February of 26. Next slide. So for today, we are very thankful and hopeful for your support of $800,000. The overall project cost is $4.2 million. It's been in the works for quite a long time. That there was federal funding that was received a little bit ago, about $1.6 million, and you can see the list of those organizations that are looking to contribute to this project and to assure its long-term success. Next slide. I think that's it. So thank you again for your consideration, and we hope to have you all with us when we celebrate the opening of this field.
All right, excellent. Do we have a motion?
I think Will Eager may be on the call. Thank you, Ruth.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. William Eager, the Assistant Superintendent for Ravenswood City School District. On behalf of our district, I want to express our strong enthusiasm and support for this project. As many of you know, we're in the middle of a $200 million voter-approved effort to rebuild our classrooms and schools that were largely built in the 1950s. Those voter-approved funds need to go to classrooms. And we've been spending the last 6 years looking for outside partners to help build quality playfields. And we've been successful in that effort. But this has been a long time coming. This field, we've been working for 5 years with the city, with the federal government, with local foundations. And so coming this far has been a major milestone. Supervisor Gaucher alluded to, despite having pretty inadequate playfields, our small communities produce an incredible number of NFL caliber athletes, showing how much talent and pride live and reside in our community. I'd also add that of the various projects that we've been able to undertake over the past few years, this one's probably brought the most energy and excitement out of all of them. not a day goes by where someone's from the community is not talking about this or reaching out about this or driving past and saying, oh my God, I can't believe it's going to happen in time for the Super Bowl. I think we have no fewer than 4 opening events already scheduled for the week leading up to the Super Bowl. So we're certainly hoping it's not going to rain over the next month or so. But we're really grateful for everyone's support for this project, and we look forward to celebrating with all of you in time for the Super Bowl. Thank you.
Thank you, Will.
All right, Supervisor Gaucher.
Do we have to
Make the motion?
public comment, or should we make the motion?
Make the motion?
So I would like to make a motion that we commit $800,000 of general funds to support the development of the Los Robles Ronald McNair Sports for All Hub project.
Second? All right, roll call, please.
Would you like to take public comment?
No. Do we have any public comment?
Let me check. I don't have any speaker cards from chambers, but we do have one hand raised in Zoom, and I can make a final call at this time for public comment on item 18.
3 seconds.
Final call has been made. First and last speaker, Sabrina, followed by Bruce. Sabrina, please proceed.
I'd appreciate that Mr. Cabana would not interrupt me. I come as one of the people, Surrey Jews, who hold all political power. It seems like this is a lot of money when you're claiming that kids in schools don't have heat. There's problems with emergency funds. There's no hospital for one area. And yet you have these mega rich corporation, the sports teams that could afford much more. And it rarely benefits the public because we end up using these fields for private teams and traveling sports teams. So this is just a cash cow. Thank you.
Thank you. Bruce, please proceed.
Thank you, Supervisors. I just want to say that there is no constitutional, legal, or structural requirement that taxpayer fund private sports community projects. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Bruce.
And that concludes public comment.
We have a motion. We have a second.
We do.
And I'll
Okay.
take a
Roll call,
roll.
please.
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller?
Yes.
Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, item 19 is to adopt a resolution affirming the County of San Mateo's commitment to the well-being of current and future generations by supporting the United Nations Declaration on Future Generations. Just in terms of time, if you'd like to come up and just say a couple words. Before you do that, I'll move this resolution for adoption.
Second.
Okay.
We have, I'm joined virtually by 4 of our youth leaders that couldn't be here live because they're in school. So they did provide a brief video.
Okay, can you summarize the video for us, please?
How long is the video?
It's less than 2 minutes.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Hello, I'm Aini Lee, and I'm a senior and the co-chair of the San Mateo County's Behavioral Health Commission Youth Action Board. The adoption of this resolution means our county is officially committing to long-term, future-focused decision-making that protects the well-being of current and future generations. It also means that our county will elevate youth voices and strengthen intergenerational partnerships in shaping policies that impact our shared future.
Hi, my name is Veer Chaudhary. I'm a member of the San Mateo County Youth Commission, a liaison to the Behavioral Health Commission, and a sitting member of their Youth Action Board. For me, this resolution gives me hope that the future we're building won't be created without the people who are actually going to live it. As a high schooler, knowing that we're building a future where youth actually matter, where our own ideas and experiences help influence decision-making, makes this work feel real. It means we don't just prepare for the future, we shape it.
Hi, my name is Siona Shavasthana. I'm a senior and a member of San Mateo County Behavioral Health Commission's Youth Action Board. This opportunity is incredibly exciting as we get to be pioneers in connecting global movements to local frameworks. Ultimately, we all want a future rooted in the principle of sharing the same agency, hope, purpose, and resilience we all have and building community around that.
Hi, my name is Arya Koshek, and I'm a senior and co-chair of the Behavioral Health Commission Youth Action Board of San Mateo County. This opportunity gives future commission partners a way to co-create a long-term youth-led well-being agenda for San Mateo County while aligning with the UN Declaration on Future Generations. It also partners visibility and influence through roles in designing the 10K Youth Visions Initiative, shaping policy structures, and ultimately activating global movements like the 2026 FIFA World Cup to really spotlight local innovation.
Great, thank you.
Thank you for waiting the whole day.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
of course. I'm having flashbacks from a past life of being in council all day. So thank you for your endurance. Congratulations on your retirement and congratulations on the promotion. My name, I don't know if we can show the slides. There's a couple slides accompanying, and I'm assuming I have the control with the clicker. Fabulous. Thank you so much, everyone. Good afternoon, President Canepa, members of the Board of Supervisors, and residents of San Mateo County. Thank you so much for this resolution and for your leadership. My name is Frida Ajette. I'm a member of the San Mateo County Behavioral Health Commission and co-founder of its Youth Action Board, and have just the honor of working with our youth leaders. You just heard from Aini, Veer, Siona, and Aria on the impact this resolution promises. I'll offer some context on how it came about and the opportunity your leadership presents. In terms of personal anecdote, I spent more than 15 years of my life from 15 to 30 living with an aggressive eating disorder and have experienced passive ideation. Like so many in our community, I know what it feels like when the future disappears, and what it feels like to return to it through purpose, service, and community. When I joined the Behavioral Health Commission in 2021, myself and two youth commissioners, Caitlin Chang and Hudson Fox, founded the Youth Action Board to empower youth with real voices and roles, sparking agency and more innovative, impactful solutions based on what they needed. Over 4 years, the Youth Action Board has co-led 988 media promotions, brought youth voice to the Healing Center proposal. Thank you very much for approving the application to submit to the state for infrastructure grants. We are now waiting, and activated United for Youth Vision 2030 strategies. Young people consistently report that involvement gives them purpose and someone finally listens. But the urgency is real. We're facing an escalating poly crisis with downstream consequences. 75% of lifetime mental health challenges begin by age 25. And come July 2026, Prop 1 is being implemented. Most behavioral health prevention and innovation funds sunset, right when anxiety, depression, trauma, and suicide risk are rising. This moment calls for going beyond treating symptoms to transforming systems. And we know, research shows that when people can shape their future and civically engage, their anxiety and depression go down, and their sense of purpose and hope go up. That's why today's resolution matters so profoundly. At its core, it's a public health intervention. With this resolution, San Mateo County becomes the first local government in the United States to support the UN Declaration on Future Generations, joining a growing global movement from Wales to Cameroon, Australia to Lebanon, and beyond. This declaration, unanimously supported by UN member nations in September 2024, centers decisions around long-term thinking, fairness across generations, and youth engagement. It affirms that well-being of all residents, now and into the future, must guide how we govern and invest. And it recognizes that intergenerational partnerships create better outcomes than any one group working alone. San Mateo County has always been forward-thinking. We led in youth representation since the early 1990s with the Youth Commission's formation and taking stands on loneliness and economic inequities. Today, we take another stand, not declaring a crisis, but declaring a solution.
Oh, nice.
As we say in recovery, together we can do what we can never do alone. This resolution involves us all, asking residents across ages and lived experiences for ideas on what matters most to their well-being now and for future generations, for organizations to build future resilience, and as our policymakers leading the nation with this resolution. Thank you for affirming that the future is not something that simply happens to us. It is something that we build together. On behalf of young people, families, educators, and more than 40 early community supporters. There's been more that have come on since I gave Sherry these slides on Friday. Dozens of cross-sector leaders and all those still finding their way to hope, including those who, like me, have once felt despair. Thank you for your consideration of this resolution, and thank you for making the future exist again.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for putting us number one. With that, any public comment?
Thank you, Mr. President. I don't have any speaker cards. Actually, I do have 3 speaker cards from chambers. I'll start with Elizabeth Strabulov and followed by Galina Fedora on behalf of Malaha Roskin.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Shebulaev, and I am a freshman at Menlo Atherton High School. Thank you so much to the San Mateo County Board of Supervisors for giving me the honor of speaking at this assembly. I believe that adopting the UN Declaration on Future Generations is an essential step towards improving the lives of all. As a type 1 diabetic myself, who has had to face many challenges in my social and daily life due to my type 1 diabetes, such as being homeschooled, due to lack of care provided by schools, facing stigma from peers, and having to deal with the daily challenges of managing a serious condition, I strongly believe that it is important to make a sense of belonging and community within everyone, and to promote and respect all human rights as per Action 35. By adopting this resolution, the San Mateo County affirms that every generation deserves safety, support, social inclusion, and an opportunity to thrive. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Galina Fedorova.
Hello, I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Milana Rosking. She says, going into kindergarten, I spoke no English, had short boy hair, and had no friends. I was very timid, self-conscious, because I was constantly scared of facing more rejections. I got through that year with my head down, trying to get by, hoping someone would spark a conversation of friendship with me. In first grade, my class was introduced to buddy system that would pair up as first and fifth grader to various fun activities. And she says she supports the resolution.
Thank you.
And then the third one is for me on behalf of Goodler Foundation. And we thought we had 1 minute. But anyway, my name is Galina Fedorova, and I am president of Goodler Foundation, which is in consultative status with the UN, and I personally was part of consultations to pass this pact for the future generations. So I was really, really excited, Mr. Canepa, that you actually took that on and put it to be passed here. So I'm really excited about it, and I'm looking forward to working with Frida.
Frida is just it's like amazing the work you do, Frida. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have 4 hands raised in Zoom, and I can make a final call at this time for Zoom comments.
I'm going to go 15 seconds. Okay.
Final call has been made, and our 4 speakers are Sabrina, Michelle Stevens, Bruce, and Siona Srivastava. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come as one of the people, Suri Juris. The people of the United States and California are sovereign. There is no provision in the Constitution for an outside governance, yet alone the UN. It scoffs massive globalist policies and indoctrination targeting youth. These policies and alliances have been disastrous and rejected worldwide.
Thank you so much, Sabrina.
The Supreme Court has already ruled this unconstitutional.
Michelle Stevens, please unmute and begin.
All right,
Michelle Stevens.
Next speaker.
Hello. Geez. Okay, am I ready now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I just, I'm going to reiterate what Sabrina just said. You guys know that the UN doesn't follow our Constitution. Once again, it's the Constitution, guys. Take a look at it. Read your oath. Read what it says. We are the United States. We're not all these other countries. Stick to our Constitution, please.
Thank you.
Thank
We'll go to Bruce. Please unmute and begin.
Board members, I'm Bruce Johnson, come as one of the people. This proposed behavioral engagement program for high school youth, minors, a model we've watched unfold overseas, especially in China, where state-approved narratives were pushed through school partnerships to shape beliefs, values, and loyalty. Now we see the same pattern
Thank you,
repackaged
Bruce.
here under UN Youth Agreement.
Okay, and we'll go to our last speaker, Siona Srivastava. Siona, please unmute and begin.
Hi, my name is Siona. I'm one of the youth who was in the video. I want to talk a little bit about my personal experience. I come from an immigrant community in India. Growing up, I watched my parents navigate systems where no one asked what they needed. And with this opportunity to adopt this declaration, we would be telling young people everywhere that your voice matters, your future matters, and we will govern with you, not just for you. And it is not indoctrination to tell youth that they deserve to live a future where they can have hope, agency, and purpose. And a lot of people in this community are immigrants that don't just follow the Constitution. It is important that we live in a society where we are connected with others around us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes public comment, Mr. President.
All right, there's a motion, there's a second. Can I get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa?
Yes.
Motion passes.
All right, let me turn it over to Supervisor Corzo.
Okay, so we have 3 board members present, and we have one final item to get through. So we shall do that. And I believe I am handing it over to County Attorney Niblin to introduce this item.
Thank you, Supervisor Corza. Yes, we've got one item left. This is item 20, and this is kind of a second trip to the board on this proposed resolution to establish a 2026 Charter Review Committee and to make recommendations to the board regarding the proposed regarding the work of the Charter Review Committee, its formation, and its composition and its work. So we received some direction at the time of the last board meeting with respect to some things that the board wanted to see in the in this process. And we did some work to implement, again, the board's direction. Very high level, and I've got a couple of my colleagues here who have been involved in doing the actual drafting on the ground, Brian Pettit and Judith Holliber, who can maybe get into some of the specifics to the extent you'll have questions. But essentially what we did was take the material that we had brought to you at the last meeting and refined it some, again, along the lines of the board's guidance. And we are looking at this point at recommending to you a resolution that would provide for a 2026 Charter Review Committee consisting of up to 16 members selected broadly as follows. Each board member would select one member from the residents within the board member's district, and then the board would select up to 11 members representing certain communities of interest and organizations, including cities, schools, organized labor, businesses, underserved communities, the LGBTQI community, seniors, youth, environmental groups, immigrant rights groups, voting rights and voting rights organizations. Given the timeframes that we're on for the work of the Charter Review Committee, we'd want to see the appointments made at the board's meeting of January 13th, 2026. The County Attorney's Office and the County Executive would serve as staff for the Charter Review Committee. The Charter Review Committee would consider any changes to the county charter as authorized by the Constitution and state law. I've heard a lot about the Constitution today, so we want to just go ahead and highlight that. Which in its opinion are appropriate, including but not limited to any specific issues identified by the board. We have worked very closely with Ms. Juarez Durral and Mr. Barber and some consultants to put together an application so that people can apply to serve on the Charter Review Committee. The idea would be that we would get those applications to you all, members of the board, so that you can, prior to the meeting on January 13th, identify your selectees for service, and then at the meeting of January 13th, you would collectively consider applicants who identify themselves as representatives of those various communities of interest we talked about. So at a high level, that's what we have for you. I don't know if my colleagues have anything they want to add to all that. Otherwise, it's subject to your questions. That's what we've got.
Move adoption.
Second.
Great. Public comment, please.
Thank you, Madam Vice President. We have received written comments which were submitted to the board and also provided on the public website. So I will now look for public comment from chambers, which I am seeing none. So I will take comments from Zoom. We do have 4 hands raised, and I can also ask for a final call at this time. Those on Zoom, please raise your hand and I will make that final call for public comment. Final call has been made. 5 hands raised. Sabrina, Sandy M., Frankie Sapp, Michelle Stevens, and Bruce. Sabrina, please unmute and begin.
I come in one of the people, sui juris. NGOs, which are non-governmental agencies, your private partnerships, are not part of the people. They are agents of the government and are not lawfully allowed
So
in this
I'm going to
process.
jump in and ask that you please stay on topic, or we will move on to the
That is
next
on topic.
speaker. No, the
Because
topic
you are
is
talking
the
about the people
agenda,
that are sitting.
the charter agenda
I
committee.
reclaim my time. It is part of the topic. You're talking about having private partners be part of those boards or that particular voting body. You said from the public and you said from the private. So yeah, they're not allowed, and it's violating the Constitution. You guys are continually violating our constitutional rights to speak and address grievance. And that I want this board dissolved.
Next speaker, please.
Thank you. Sandy M., please unmute and begin.
Yes, Supervisor Corzo, please do not be rude. You need to be more patient given the time that you guys are constricting us to. Be patient and wait, and you'll see the connection. Believe me, there's a connection. So, in any case, if you were to put this group together to counsel you, I would hope that those individuals are very learned in the Constitution because it is the highest law of the land. Please keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you. Frankie Sapp, please unmute and begin.
Yes, hello. My name is Frankie Sapp, and I am the director with the San Mateo County Pride Center. And I just wanted to thank the Board of Supervisors for being so intentional about the representation on this subcommittee. I especially want to thank you for the inclusion of the LGBTQ plus community. Given this year when there have been so many changes to the laws federally and state that have negatively impacted us, I wanted to thank you for the county for standing so firmly behind us.
Thank you. And Michelle Stevens, please unmute and begin.
Thank you. Once again, it's boiling down to the Constitution, guys. Everything y'all are trying to do in this meeting right now, you have pushed the limits of the Constitution in every way. You took an oath to follow the Constitution, not an NGO, not a group of anything, but the people. You took an oath for the Constitution. Please uphold it or dissolve yourselves, one of the two. But do one of the two. Thank
you. And that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Roll call vote, please.
Thank you. We have a motion on the floor. So Supervisor Spear?
Aye.
Supervisor Corzo?
Yes.
Supervisor Mueller is absent. Supervisor Gaucher?
Yes.
And President Canepa is absent. Motion passes.
Okay, with that, we will conclude our meeting. Happy holidays.
The time is 3:22 p.m. and meeting is adjourned.